Los invitamos a pasar al auditorio, por favor. Comenzaremos en breves segundos. Invitamos a los asistentes a ingresar al plenario. Comenzaremos en muy breves segundos.
Sí, porque la leí al médico, por supuesto. Le dije, oye, weón, estoy muy dolorido. ¿Qué querís? Me dijo, che, tu madre te puso 8 pernos, weón, te cagué 4 columnas, 4 vértebras. Así tenéis que ir a ver
Sí,
ahora.
no, no, tengo que partir. Así que Miguel, te voy a pedir que bajes porque
Sí.
voy a...
Please take your seats. We are starting. Dear grape industry, welcome to the first version of the Global Grape Convention, version 2024. My name is Gustavo Jensen. I am a founder of the Jensen Group company for those who don't know me. This event is due to the joint work by the Association of Table Grape Producers of Peru, PROVIP, the Table Grape Committee of Fruits of Chile, and Jensen Group. We wish you we want to thank the presence of the Director of the Agricultural and Livestock Service of Chile, SAG, Mr. Jose Guajardo. Table grape offer has experienced an explosive increase within the last few years worldwide, whereas the demand has not increased the same rate. This imbalance between the offer and demand leads the grape industry to restate how to face the future. It is because of this, the purpose of this event is being able to share information, understanding the variables affecting growers, traders, and consumers, and at the end of the day, being able to find solutions, collaborative solutions, in order to face global challenges of the grape industry. The joint the joint development of the global grape conversion between Peru and Chile states that both countries have understood that their performance is being affected by the very same external variables, and today more than ever, their destinies depend on how they face these challenges. In this line, the Global Grape Convention Peru and Chile sets the milestones of the beginning of a new stage, one where problems can and must be faced joined together. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Unitech, Cool Carriers, our gold sponsors, Robinson Fresh, UCC, Daike Hackett, Pacific Trellis, Southport Shipping, and I Am French, who we would like to thank the breakfast that hosted you today. Finally, we would like to thank our silver sponsors, North American Products. We also want to thank the participation of panelists and lecturers. Some of them have traveled up to 48 hours because they were affected by the hurricane that hit Florida. Even few arrived this morning after those 48 hours that they had to travel with long waiting times. I would like a round of applause for the commitment, effort, and professionalism of lecturers and panelists joining us today. Finally, we would like to thank the more than 60 companies that today exhibit and sponsor with their stands the realization of this event. We would also like to thank the picture by Sangwell, Ara, and Broomfresh for facilitating the pictures you will see during the different presentations and the screen background of the event. Before kicking off, some previous indications. The Global Grape Convention has three big panels. The first will be aimed at understanding challenges of growers in South America. There will be a second panel aimed at understanding the challenges of traders and supermarkets and retailers and importers in the destination markets. And finally, a closing panel where leaders from the industry will analyze joint solutions on how to increase demand from the South American standpoint. For those who have participated from Jensen Group events in the past, you could also listen to the presentations from anywhere in the exhibition area. With your headsets, you could go close to the screen and you could also follow that. That's important if you would like to have working meetings or you cannot be all the time here. You can do that from different parts of the room of the event. Next, we will leave the mic to the chairman of the Grapes Committee of Fruits of Chile, Mr. Ignacio Caballero. Ignacio, please, the stage is yours. Good morning. Thank you, Gustavo. First of all, we are very happy. We would like to thank this great big event, finally, of grapes of Chile, and on top of that, from Peru. Thanks authorities joining us today, our lecturers, as Gustavo well said, who have traveled from abroad, from the main markets. Well, the genesis of the first joint event of grapes between Chile and Peru was born last year in a meeting we had in Peru. We were with Frutas de Chile to visit them, and we started to talk about and working together. And what's best than having an instance of what we are working and coordinated to be coordinated together? We didn't know very well we would reach this moment, which is crucial for the grape industry. Why is it crucial? First, we have had a good season. We all needed that, both Chile and Peru, but we understand this is a circumstance. There was a shock of demand, a weather shock that affected. We have a long way to run, and now it's time to think in the mid run, to take advantage of this good moment to figure out what do we need as an industry. And the first message we want to pass through is let's challenge paradigms of a very mature grape industry, and we do have some big paradigms. 5 big paradigms I would like to reflect about on, and let's start to work on them to challenge them. They are not so true anymore. First, the good season was because of the climate shock. We have to keep on working. There will be a harsh season in the future. Number 2, the big challenge of the grape the table grape is the sustainable growth of the offer. This growth of the offer that's been 80% within the last 20 years is much higher than the demand, and it will continue growing. Our role is understanding and having the suitable offer, quality and condition, but if we don't do anything to increase demand, the business will be increasingly tighter and we will make our life even more complicated ourselves. Number three, forget about the window. Many years we concerned about what variety to plant, where to plant to reach the windows. Gentlemen, there are no windows. Let's forget about the windows. Now we have to think about consumers. What's the product we have to have that consumers want? There will be always a lot of offer. We will work on the demand. Let's think about consumers. And consumers, unfortunately for a few, this is a reality, are not going to the supermarket or to the sales spot thinking about the origin. They want a consistent product, grape, no matter it is from Peru, no matter it is from Chile. And that takes us to the fourth paradigm, that Chile and Peru competition is over. We have to work together. We are together in the same path, in the same challenge. This first event is a strong signal for Chile and Peru that Fruit and Chile and Provit will work together in this consumer in offering the same product, working together with importers, with retailers, with shipping companies, logistics, with the whole chain, with growers, how to understand what consumers want and we offer the product. And lastly, the last paradigm, who do we compete with? If we are going to increase the demand, who are going to compete with? You may wonder. Many would tell they are not fruits, gentlemen. Consumers want healthy, not consumption. We have a lot of room to compete. We were talking about with people from other markets, chips, chocolates. Today, new generations want healthy products. We have a huge market to penetrate. There is demand everywhere. Let's focus on understanding these new paradigms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ignacio. Next, we will leave the mic to the chairman of Table Grape Producers of Peru, Provit, Mr. Manuel Izaga de Vos. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opening, your openness from you to us. We are only one at the end of the day. I'm going to make this more formal and obviously more careful because everything we said has an impact. Thank you, Ignacio, Chairman of the Grapes Committee of Fruits of Chile, Mr. Ivan Marambio, President of Fruits of Chile, Mr. Jose Guajardo, thank you, Director of the Agricultural and Livestock Service of Chile, organizers, authorities, members of the different associations from Peru and Chile, sponsors, growers from different regions, attendees to this Congress, general public, welcome. Once again, we open our doors to the whole world to make a general recognition to practices and activities we do in our daily endeavor as well as the value we create. That's the most important. Talking beyond fruits, talking beyond grapes. To our colleagues from the industry here in Chile, from Provit, we will keep on collaborating for jointly to find sustainability our industry needs. This is just the beginning. There's a lot to discover and to put on value yet. Provit opens markets, makes improvements easier. Of course, in the foreign trade processes, it collaborates with the sanitary authority, among other things. It makes huge efforts to gather information that adds value to it, that is useful for its members facing the technical issues and the commercial issues. Let's create awareness in this room, and virtually we are the representatives of those from the southern hemisphere provide grapes to the northern hemisphere. We play on the same field and we play in the same time. To achieve sustainability of the industry, what is needed here in Chile? What is it needed in Peru? What is it needed in South Africa, Mexico? Let's talk about Mexico too. More profitability, educating population about the value we add. These are questions. To make even more transparent the use of water, determining areas where grapes are more easily produced and working there, knowing very accurately how long our fruit is maintained in cool chambers in final destinations without deteriorations, making a joint effort of promoting interesting markets. Geneticists will be communicating well the efforts different markets are going to do. Could it be better? If there are efficiently controlling piracy that creates unloyal competitions, if we do not open the glass, we will never talk about the things we must. We have to break the glass, what I'm doing in this moment. How to convince those who only think in the short run without measuring the mid and long term risks. How to persuade them, how to make them think in a sustainable way. What do markets need from us? More boxes, more quality, better irrigation conditions, more order or dispatches to flood the huge peaks in certain weeks? Is that what markets need? Perhaps we will need to work on the field under a technical standards, all those growers who are not exporters. What's the right path? In Provit, we know this is bigger than just grapes. We decentralize the country. We offer thousands of job positions. We create currencies. We know there are lots of details we have to monitor. This is an industry with lots of details. We know the big efforts of growers, packaging, exporters, and other stakeholders do on every day. It's a big effort. It's a great honor for all the members of Provit and to me to give you the warmest welcome. We thank you, the collaboration spirit among countries. We aim at the same markets, we have the same challenges. We are sure we will find the common goals after these meetings. Welcome and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. Perfecto. Damos inicio entonces ahora a la primera sección de este programa y analizaremos el panorama mundial para la producción de uva en el mundo. La primera presentación estará a cargo de la señora América Ramírez y su presentación se denomina Análisis de la exportación de uva en el mundo. América es jefe de estudios e inteligencia de mercado en Decofruit y desde este año es la nueva presidenta del grupo de uva de mesa del IFPA
Grape IFPA MCNA. America, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Gustavo, for that presentation. I wanted to thank Frutas de Chile, just like Provid and Jensen, for the invitation and the instance. Well, to start talking about exportations of table grape globally, we have to talk about what happened with production. The production of grape table has increased at 33%, in which most of the production has relationship with the growth that China has. This point will be taken into account a bit more forward, so you can have that in mind. But generally, most of the countries that you see there in green have grown in production. The first principal producers in other countries are China and India. Here you have the behavior of different countries. The higher one is from China, that by this year, the production has reached around 13 tons. And a few years ago, China, alongside with India, had most of the production, and this year we have the fact that China has around 50% of all the production. When we have the analysis by hemisphere, we see that the North Hemisphere has a growth this alongside with China. Like I said, China and India are big producers and growers. We are going to see how other countries are behaving too. And in the south hemisphere, we have a pretty stable behavior. Even though Chile was a giant grower, the volumes has decreased a little bit. But there are other countries that are on the growth. So it's stable. Here I'm trying to show what the production has been in the different countries in the last 10 years. The consume has been stable, but there's two principal countries that are China, that has increased his consume, but also the production. And when it comes to the Europe, the production has increased and also the consume. For example, in Egypt, you have that big decrease. Also in the United States. And if you look more at the end, you have Chile, Peru, and Mexico. In where you can see in Chile, we have a decrease in the production, and Peru and Mexico are in the growth. When we go per capita, something that I wanted to show you before, the United States, the consumption has growth, even though the production is not growing. And that comes along with the exportations and the local production. In Europe, we have a decrease in the consumption, around 6 kilograms per capita, and it's 5 now. India, even though the exportations are not that high, it's very much stable. But China has increased, even doubles the consumption in the last 10 years, and that comes along with the local production, as I said. So you need to have that in mind. We will delve more into China. And this is the consumption. What happened is that China now doesn't depend on the exportations. Now, worldwide, around 23 and 24 for the North Hemisphere, we have 3.6 million tons. Chile, the South Hemisphere, represent 46% of the exportations. And in the North Hemisphere, we have China with a 25% of participation, India with 17, Mexico 12, and you can see the list there. In the South Hemisphere, we have a more equal division. We have Chile and Peru with 32%, South Africa with a 21%, and Australia with a 10%. We will check the general numbers of the South Hemisphere. In here we have the Chilean one. This is the last year. Chile increased its production at 7% when it comes to exportations, and around 2023 and 2024 you have the numbers there. And the types of transportation, it's mostly by sea with a 98%. And here it's really important what happened with the market distribution. Chile exports around 52-57% to the United States, but this year we went from 55-54% to a 65% that is directly to North America. Generally talking, all the markets, well, not generally actually, but if it wasn't for North America and South America, most of the markets are decreasing. For example, there you can see in Middle East or Far East that they decrease. The first and principal countries of exportations of China are for the United States, 6% to the low countries, 4% China, among others. There you got the dynamics of the ships of the Chilean exportations with this season in comparison with the past one. And then you can see that the season this year started like a month before, but the shipping peak happened in March. This was different to other years because other years we got the peak at February, and mostly to the United States. Talking about the distribution, 38% it's to rock without seeds, the 36 with white without seeds. Sorry. Like I said, 36% of white without seeds, and red glove says 16%. Here we have to pay attention what happened with the white without seeds. This increased a lot to the different that we have last year. This was because of the varieties. When we go to the analysis by varieties, we have that red glove, it's obviously on the growth, but the volumes are constant. In the second place, we have crimson seedless. In the third place, we have sweet glove, which it's increasing. Actually, it was growing more than Thompson seedless. Here we can see what happened with this white seedless. All of them increased 70% from one year to the other, and it left Thompson seedless in the fourth position. What happened this year is that the varieties increased 22%. Talking about participation, we have much more participation of the patented varieties. Here you have to take into account what is sweet glove doing to the different markets. It's one of the principal varieties and one of the principal shippers to the hemisphere. What happened to the Peruvian grape? Here we have a decrease of 12%. This happened because of Fenómeno del Niño, which were a lot of rains, and the north zone of the country was very affected. And like I said, this part of the country decreased, and the south zone actually increased. This year, if we don't have any problem with the climate, we hope that the volumes are much higher than the 75 million boxes. Well, what happened with the distribution of the table grape? North America is the principal market. We also have a decrease in the volumes though. Europe, it's in a second place. Far East, it's there with a 12%, and Latin America with a 16%. When it comes to Peru, all the markets are decreasing and falling because of the fall of the volumes, but the volumes are growing more in Latin America. Inside Latin America, in North America, I'm having Canada and USA, and in Latin America, I'm also including Mexico because they increased their exportations. The principal destinies, it's Mexico, USA, the United Kingdom, among others. What happened with the shipping? Here you can see that after February, the second peak that happened in the North Zone wasn't there. That means 30% less production in the north zone and 12% globally. About the distribution of the varieties, more than 50% of the varieties that Peru has are white seedless, 21% red, seedless red, sorry, and 72% of the products are patented varieties. When we do the analysis, the first variety is Sweet Glove, shows that it's at 23% of the Peruvian exportations. Here you can see everything divided by group. The second variety is Red Glove. The patented varieties has overgrown the volumes, at least in the Red Glove variety. Now it's a bit far or left behind. In South Africa, we have that the boxes are from 4.5 kilograms. South Africa increased their volumes. They had good climate conditions the past year, and the volumes increased in a 17%, the exported volumes. Here we have two zones that are really important, which is Hex River and Orange Rivers. About the distribution of the volumes, this is really important because South Africa exported around 79% of its volume to Europe, more than past year, much more actually. The second market that is important here is North America, but they decreased the volume and all the rest of the market actually decreased too. So Europe was the principal market. There you can see that it represents around 79%. Then you have Canada, and then the Middle East, and among others, sorry. Here we will see the first variety, which is Crimson Seedless, then Sweet Glove. Like I told you, it's among the top three, and they increased their participation in a 28%. Around the Seedless White, we have Prime, Autumn Crisp. All of these varieties are in the growth. Here we have how the shipping was. The peak was in January. We have two maximum peaks among the red and green. And distribution, it's barely the same. Sorry, mostly the same. Very similar to Chile. We are with a 39% in the Seedless White. Well, you can see the percentage there. I know that it's not from the South Hemisphere, but it is important to show what is happening with India. India, like I said before, it's a big shipper, and they have grown their volumes. It's a country that it's focused on Europe, and they are competing directly since January with the Peruvian and Chilean fruit. It's a market, at least Europe, it's a market that it's really narrow, thinking that South Africa it's growing to its volumes, and if they don't have climate events, that is going to be a constant. India has their crops from, harvest to January to May, and then you can see that in the market when Thompson Seedless comes to the market from India to the Europe market, you can see the change of prices, a condition. They don't have the conditions that the market expect, and the prices are a bit low. Brazil, they asked me to talk about Brazil. Brazil has a situation, it's a big producer of grape table, but it's not a big shipper. What calls our attention this year, from October to December, that the harvest was destined to the United States because of the market condition that happened this year. But the most important market for them, it's the Países Bajos, like Holland, and the United States, and also Europe. The principal shipper markets. Here I'm gonna show you the United States, the exportations. We have the red one in Chile, the green is Mexico, and Peru it's the blue one. The volumes has increased because they are not like exponentially growing, but they do grow as long as the market is able to hold this. In the white spaces you can see the local production. But what happened this year, and what I want to show you, this year, 2023, the Hillary hurricane produced a decrease in the production. From the first estimation, we have the decrease of 14%. So as you see there, the stocks of the season were much lower than the previous year. But we have to consider that the condition of that fruit wasn't the optimal one. And this allowed to Peru and Chile to take this commercialization window. Here you can see a bit of the season 2023 and 2024. Clearly, we don't have a higher peak like we have in the 9-week. This was because the second part that I show you from the different zones wasn't sent. And that gives a space to the market. Here you can have some of the prices of the season, trying to show you the tendency. Here we have to consider that the peaks are above the 3 millions, which is what the United States is able to consume. It didn't happen. So the prices for seedless white and seedless red decrease a little bit. But we are seeing prices that were lower than the normal rule that we have. You have to consider that USA it's a big sensitive market. Well, the shipper markets, here I'm gonna show you what it's we have local grape, which was extended. We have much more technologies, so we can see the supply. But in South Africa, it's the first producer of the Netherlands. You have India in yellow. They are a good market too in Europe. And at the end of the seasons, we have Egypt too, who was producing a bit more of noise, if we can call it some way. We see the UK. We don't have much of a window to get in there. The supply is over positioning itself. The volumes are very constant. In the difference with Europe, for example, in where South Africa it's substantially increasing. This was the behavior of the volumes, much or less the same. Peru and Chile decrease in the European market. We don't have much bigger peaks. I'm just talking about these three competitors. When India and Egypt enters the market, the prices changes a little bit. When it comes to Egypt, the first prices are very good. So they compete as another product. China. They asked me a lot about what happened in China, what is going on in there. What I explained before, the volumes are increasing. The production is increasing too. The exportations are decreasing though. The market is very dependent of the local production, but now of their exportations, and the season has extended itself. What has happened between Chile and Peru? They both has decreased about 30% the shippings in the last season. We don't have peaks. Actually, we have very low volumes, and that just happened in a few weeks. Market that the volumes are not big or bigger. Nevertheless, the prices are not affected by this. The prices are much more stable. They are a bit affected because of the supply, and that is the most important thing in this market. Here I can show you a bit of what is going on with China. The most harvest varieties are the Kyoko and Red Glove. They are developing new varieties too. The production and exportation are growing too. They have much better techniques of production, and in where they can have two types of grow of the fruit. They're also using they're using different methods to production. The production now is from March to December, and with the new technologies, they are increasing their times of storage. They have asked me a lot about shine muscat. Here you can see these two varieties. They are widely distributed. They have worked this variety with two different harvests from March to May and then November to December. Has a good size and a good life post-harvest. It's very variable too. Variety, depending on how it is produced. It is a variety that requires a high workforce. And China depends a lot, like I said, of its local production. Well, summarizing, we're gonna do it quick. In the United States, we have a decrease of the production, and the consumption it's increasing. What are we waiting for 2024 and 2025? It's a distribution of the volumes around Chile and Peru, around 50 or 55%, both with increasing volumes. We're waiting for the volumes to increase. This year was 68 million boxes. And here we are trying to avoid the peaks of around over 3 million of boxes. We have to redistribute to different other markets. Maybe the numbers that we have today are not sustainable along the time. It's important the information to maintain the programs, and the focus needs to be on the quality and condition. In Europe, we have a decrease in the consumption. The market is narrow, like I said. The prices are much or less stable. What we see for the next season, what we wait for the next season, it's that the season now it's presenting less volumes and a much concentration maybe in August. And maybe that will help for the Peruvian table to not have that much competition with the local production. China, we have the production, exportations, and consumption in increasing. The exportations are decreasing. We don't have a much a range of prices. The varieties here are important, though. They are very much liked in the market, and the qualities need to be good, of good size, and premium. And also, we don't have to forget that there is a competition in the species. For example, in the cherries, when the market start, the cherries already on China, and we have all that kind of varieties. What we wait for 2024 and 2025 is to go back to a reality, to increase the volumes in Peru, to the crops in the harvest in the United States to be normal, and to the north of Chile to have a much better climate. We hope to not have another phenomenon. We end the summer of San Juan. What we can do? What we're trying to do is to work alongside Chile and Peru together. We have different markets, target markets, different supplies, so we make each other a huge favor. The information needs to be trustworthy. We have to look for a good something between supply and demand. We are waiting for marketing programs too, to have new markets that are viable for Latin America. We need to keep looking on the Latin American market because the grape has had a good place in this market. And the quality and condition needs to be consistent on time. Finally, what I want to tell you is that the past is experience, that we need to take advantage of the present and perfect our future. That's our job, to be better and to work alongside to have a good industry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, America. Next, we will listen to Chairman of Profit, Manuel Izaga, who will present an analysis of the table grape in Peru and a view to the world. Manuel is CEO of the Vanguard International Group and has been chairman and founder of many companies of the agricultural sector in Peru and Europe, such as Agropucara and Fruitstone Europe. Let's come to the stage. We want to thank the stage Manuel Izaga, and we would also like to thank greet the presence of Mr. Juan Pablo Mate, General Secretariat of the National Association of Agriculture, who's joining us today. Thank you. Thank you. Just to tell you in advance that most of the information is the same. We are the same industry, playing on the same field, the same moment. I'm gonna make my effort to quickly review the repeated information, and this sustains even more the thought across the industry of different countries in the from a global standpoint. I would have the impression we are making double efforts, and we may save some budgets in some places. In Peru, the 2023-2024 campaign exports things into the southern hemisphere because of main destinations due to main variety groups. This is information that somehow we've listened about, and in fact, the areas have been modified within the last in the last campaign, we've grown from 22,174 hectares to 22,343. It is not a big growth, but I would like you to look at the lower portion of the screen. What it says here is that 75% of varieties are already patented, and it's only 25% of orchards with traditional varieties. There is the future growth of volume in Peru if we want to quantify somehow, unless there are other crops that are modified and moving from avocado to grapes or citrus to grapes, or from one crop to a different crop. But where we see there's potential for modification, it is in that 25% of traditional grapes. There is the red globe. Up to what extent red globe will keep on being what it is, that will generate some dynamics. By varieties is the same information we've seen, there is no difference. Very good job, America, congratulations. In terms of volume, we've dropped to 77.2 million boxes, and because of weather issues, in particular North Peru, the south of Peru was not affected by the weather. I'm gonna adjust that figure a little bit, that superproduction is coming in Peru. Honestly, we still don't know. We don't know what production we're gonna face. We may talk about range, yes, but we're still very early in the season to talk about that. We don't know. It could be between 72 and 77, more or less in that range. Perhaps we consider, taking into account that we already had 71 the previous year. There will be surprises. Weather is weather, and we cannot do anything about it. We will see what is going on, and as Provate, we will issue the provision reports. But still, I wouldn't say there is going to be a huge production and control. We don't see that yet. Well, in terms of millions of boxes, the information that was provided by America, I think, is very accurate. The same varieties, the same information. Then I'm skipping this very briefly to give priority to the conversation. Anyway, the different what we are aiming at, the different markets we're aiming at in exportations. The same way value in $1 million in currency, but this is a figure in the statistics. Actually, we give more importance to how many job positions do we offer. We give more importance to the industry of packaging materials we move. 1 hectare might be moving 3,800, 3,700 or 7,500 boxes on average. Multiply this for the 500,000 hectares more or less. Trucks, reefers, restaurants, hotels, cafeterias. This is a figure against us. Oh, how they have this very profitable industry. This is not profitability. These are exportation values, and people get confused. Oh, they are very good, necessarily. And every company has a different reality. Here we are saying exportation of the 2023-2024 campaign. Let's say South Africa, Chile, and Peru. What I would have to say regarding South Africa is that they are facing challenges in logistics of exportation. They have challenges in their ports, in logistics, and many of their pigs are not production pigs. They are pigs because they have figured out to move the fruit at a certain moment, and they have that fruit stored. In the case of Chile, in Peru, it's more stable, but the previous campaign in Peru, that was disastrous because of political and socio-political issues. That is part of those FOB values we showed. I have the doubt whether it is convenient to provide those values because they send wrong messages. We're going to start very strongly to provide messages on how many job positions do we offer and how do we move the country's economy. It has to be in a very aware and sustainable way. The previous campaign, 22-23, we can see the change, the the pivot point because of the Peru. The mess that was created in Peru affected Peruvians that were exporting at the end of the season, and of course you, Chileans. How do we see this, at least? In the old days, we used to think our neighbors were our competitors. But we learned that the better our neighbor was, the better we will be, because the quality of grape and irrigation condition was good, and when arriving good fruit and its well sold prices maintained. We have to think about that. Then, after seeing your neighbor is having a good season and you're having a good season, you think about the region, and then you think about the other regions. The Pura has to have good, they arrive with good fruit with good condition, and it is the moment to say, now, if we move from the neighbor to a region and the other region, and we are talking across the country, well, now here we are in Chile talking about the same, because we think the better you do, the better we will do. Something else to add. When Chile ends its exportations, we have to add up to 3 weeks more or less of transit, plus how many weeks of storing there, I don't know, we are aware of, 2, 3, 4 weeks. They are already on Mexican production that reach the United States by truck. There's a strong overlap with fresh grape. There are many things we have to think about. This is an industry about details. Then the way we see this, we see macro information, then we go to the bottom line and we see tactic, micro information, and we move in between both extremes and we reach conclusions. This is the previous season where Peru was very well normalized. Then we move the needle to Chile, and Chile moves the needle, and Mexico moves the needle in Chile. We from the origin and Mexico from the destination. We have to fine-tune very well, figure out on how to make this industry to be sound for everyone. Comparative hectares in millions of boxes, in comparisons, those are the figures. There are almost no big changes, but in the future there will be modifications. Exportations to the US, we've seen them, the different campaigns. The same in Europe, we've seen them. Yellow is South Africa. Look at that huge peak in South Africa in the 3rd, 6th, and the 10th weeks, more or less. And after having lower this part of the way, not even the 52nd. In the 52nd week, something happened in that port or in the trajectory between the plants and the port. That's not because of harvesting moment. That is because of logistics capacity, exportation capacity, and that's very difficult to control. The same in Europe, the same in Asia. The information America already showed. I don't want to waste time in that. Then Peru starts from the 34th week and reaches up to the 14th week. The main destination market, the United States, Chile from the 45th and reaches up to the 16th week, and South Africa for the 3rd and up to the 14th week. And let's not forget that South Africa actually don't have as target market the United States or North America, but Chile and Peru do have that. And Mexico is it's the US's neighbor. Then we may have to think about the Southern Hemisphere plus Mexico in order to figure out how to handle that. Exportations per variety, the same. Green grapes are the predominant ones. Years ago, we used to say, well, there's lack of green. Well, today there's enough green. Perhaps red grapes will be lacking. Perhaps somebody woke up and is planting red. How many red ones we plant and affect the volume of the prices? We have to figure that out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuel. Next, we will listen to the chairman of the Grape Committee of Fruits of Chile, Mr. Ignacio Caballero, who will present an analysis from the Chilean grape perspective. Ignacio, please. Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning. Once again, clarification, Executive Director, not Chairman of the Committee. Thank you, all the attendees again. People from SAG, who's already joining us, very important. What we are the most happy about, first, the organization of these events. Look at the huge call, Gustavo and his team probably being here, and important messages. We see two presentations. I think there's a clear line. If perhaps one yet was not obvious, we need this joint work. As I mentioned in our introduction, we're going to talk about the crucial moment we are going through for grapes in general, but without question in Chile. And we're going to separate this in three parts, very briefly. First, the Chilean reality. What's the moment of Chile as an industry? What happened during the last season that we've been increasing very well, and the key moment for the grape in general. I was thinking about doing this more dynamic, not so straightforward, and I have information from the origin, from the source, people who like soccer. We are in the Olympic season. Let's make an analogy for this. I was trying to find what kind of story of sport may compare to the grape industry or Chilean grape history. I tried with other sports different to soccer, but unfortunately I just found soccer. I think you look at this. This is a soccer match, which is the most important match at club level around the world. The Champions League 2005, Milan with Liverpool, the most important match. The best teams in the world. Grapes, I think it's one of the best fruits in the world. Very noble product. Chile and Peru are the best, and we are here in this match. We reached this very important moment. The match has started, and this was the match like. We see the total exportations in the purple bar, and unlike what America said, that purple bars showed 2001 when this match started, increasing. It increased 80% the number of boxes from 361 to 646. In Chile, in this case, in the red line, in share. Leader exporting grapes worldwide for a long time, reaching this peak in 2006. And the match started in 2005. It's quite similar. 25% share. And the story, the history talks by itself. In 21 with 10%, Peru doing very well, growing at 9%. That's the situation of Chile. What happened within these 20 years in the match? The first half is finished. Liverpool Red Fruits of Chile was losing 3-0. That was the situation like, that was the industry like. And what do we do? Many said, this is over, let's go home, let's enjoy this moment, it's over. But no, we reached the crucial moment. The intertime, let's regroup. What Fruits of Chile in June 2022, we are resting. We created this institutionality. We talked to many of you here. We set up a committee again. We had the topic a little bit aside. What do we require as an industry? What are we going to do to revert the situation of the Chilean grape? Together we need all of you. First, Chile, and today we are around 54 companies, 82% of volume. These are all our partners. To show them in 2 pages, if you want, we can send these lists, and it is key. What makes us important is you, our partners, and growers who are represented by our partners, exporters from Fruits of Chile. How do we start working on this plan? Very easy. 3 big things we have to work on. First, leading to join the sector. What best done today? That today there's a massive grape event of Uvas of Chile, and not only Chile, Peru, and Mexico. I want to highlight there's the chairman of the Growers Union of grape from Mexico to show from the panel what everything being done in Mexico to join everything we've been done. And then improving competitiveness, how Chile can compete in a better way and improving conditions. These are things in order to compete. We have to have equal conditions. everybody knows, and the pro system was approved. We have the SAG that is going to start a key approach to start the process of having the best product, thinking always about consumers. What do we do? First, information. Manuel said this, America said this. We need having official information. What's going on in the industry? In these two theses, we've got already 9 estimations. This is an improvable technique. Manuel said this. The weather effects, errors. The first year was more or less good. The second better. If you see 10% error, it's good. But if you look at the seasonability, it was not good. We didn't hit when the fruit was going to be available. Perhaps an undesirable behavior because we sent more optimal fruit than less fruit than the optimum because consumers want quality fruit. Assemblies, we've had 2 meetings, massive assemblies once a month to listen to them, to listen to the members, what problems they have, and terms of information, lots of reports. Most of you are receiving these reports, otherwise you can send us. We are sending reports for supermarkets, for importers. We created logistics reports in order to figure out how much fruit is going to arrive in the United States in the same way. Together we prove it and sub it from South Africa because that's what's matter. It's not important how much fruit from one country is going to arrive. The important thing is how much fruit is going to be available from the market. In terms of logistics, we know that we have met shipping companies. We've already created other desks. Here is America. We've integrated the IFPA desk. We've worked with Uvanova. A great referent is invited and is going to participate in the last panel, the closure panel for you to stay. Mr. Rafael, system approach, very important. We created a desk with system approach with SNA, with Fruta, with all the growing unions of the main affected areas in the first line, a pair with the National Strategy of the North, etc., etc. And in terms of logistics, we actively participate. We met the Minister for the collaborative logistics plans in order to figure out what actions do we have to take as a country to improve logistics. Very important. Improve condition, system approach. It is a big achievement. I think we have to celebrate this. The good thing about this joint work, public and private sector, the engagement by the Ministry of Agriculture, the Undersecretary of International Affairs, and the engagement by the Ambassador of the United States. I want a round of applause with all this management because this is big news for the sector. Hopefully there's before and after. Let's start by the north. We are going to be little by little and we are trying to figure out how to move on in this big challenge. We've been working with Mexico. We made a pilot in Coquimbo. Hopefully we'll have news in order to facilitate exportation to a big market for us such as Mexico. Let's pay attention there. It's not being talked a lot. We are trying to they're investing, we're working to put measures to keep on protecting ourselves from those issues and other plagues and finding alternative system approach, perhaps alternatives to bromure. We are researching irradiation. That irradiation, I don't know if you know, it's in the system approach and that could be an alternative. That's a new molecule that is being worked on, lithium, that may have benefits better than bromure, and it could be improved what is coming on. And in terms of competitiveness, we do promotion, creating demand in the United States. Low scale from the 19th, we need more. We are also making promotion in China with our team working there. We are working in access to Korea, very important. We have opportunities there, and we think in joint promotion. We believe the invitation is open. We've talked with Pravi. Hopefully in the last panel, we are going to figure out how to realize this is the optimum season to start a promotion campaign, at least in the United States from Peru, and then thinking about diversification to other markets. We did a lot in a little time. In fact, 10 minutes of the match, 2 goals. We were 3-0, but now we are 3-2, but we are still behind. What happened the last seasons? We increased a lot, but we haven't reached the goal yet. We had a good season. America advanced something, but something very important, not only that Chile recovered the growth, the growth driver of the Chilean grape industry are new varieties. Peru showed this. They are in 75. In Chile, the process is slower because of the weather. We take longer, but we started about 8 years ago. This variety changed that today is a reality. It is already 62%. We are going to reach 60 in the short run. This is very good because these are the products consumers want, and they have the productivity, the qualities it needs, and we will keep on moving on. Then Chile has a very attractive offers grapes in terms of quality. These are only these top 8, which are the new varieties that grow the most, represent 34%. This is 20 million boxes out of 64 we've got of new varieties available for markets. Very attractive. It is growing in the middle of the new varieties. There are many more, and hopefully we keep on growing in these products that are oriented to end consumers. Where is Chilean production coming from? 55% is coming from the center and south areas of the country, metropolitan region, O'Higgins and Maule a little bit, and what it is growing. O'Higgins is the biggest with 20.7 million boxes, 32%, and it increased 18. Metropolitan region, 10.8 million boxes, 17%, and it grows 18. Maule very little. Valparaiso increased 21%. There was a lot of skepticism regarding the potential growth of the region, having 21% share. Coquimbo decreased because of less water. We have to resolve to activate that region, and Atacama is in an adaptation process. They growth 19%. It reached 18.5. Hopefully, with system approach, we may retake growth in the suitable varieties. If you look at a big picture of what the season was like for Chile, we reached 2012, 2013. We reached our peak in Betafop, $1.5 billion. Of course, we were decreasing in the purple line, and this year, with data as of May, we are growing. We should increase a little bit. 23 season, reaching $1.2 billion, the second most important fruit for Chile, despite these 164 million boxes drop. Dollars are increasing. We reached the peak of the history, 2.1. Very good news. But as we said, these good results are specific because of the hurricane that was mentioned, the cyclone in the north of Peru. This is not going to happen. The situation will be like it was like 2 seasons ago, and we have to take care. Let's take this good moment to make the corrective actions required. This is the way we should project. We have 2 seasons. The total volume has dropped, but this is circumstantial. Growth will be retaken. Chile in this season increased again, and hopefully it continues, but we are just in the moment of the match. We even 3-3. We retook. We are good, but the match is not over yet. We still have important things to do. This is an exercise a little bit irresponsible, but just to show you what may happen within the next few years. Very conservative based on the figures. There is no clarity, but it is to growth. The worldwide offer of grapes will keep on growing. Will be close to 7 million boxes. Perhaps not 4 years, 5 or 6. We are moving in that direction. Will keep on growing. Currently, the offer increases in 80% exportation, and the main market is the United States. This is the demand curve, official data from statistics. As you can see, there is not big deal, not big growth. There is a flat curve. If you take the last 20 years, 7.4 pounds per capita a year to 8.5. It is 3 point something kilograms per capita. The demand of the United States, 50% of everything Chile and Peru sends together, grows 13%, and the offer grows 80%. This is not sustainable. The pressure by the market, America showed it, at a certain level of offer, demand becomes very elastic. Prices will drop, and we will fight for the same if we don't do anything. If we see the last 2 years, that's the offer, the accumulated offer from Peru and Chile, the green line, the dark line, the light line are prices. If we see when it is over 3.5 million boxes, the weekly offer, Chile plus Peru, and we zoom in, we can clearly see the effect. Volume increases, prices drop, no question. That's the saturation point. With that level of weekly offer, the market is oversaturated. That means there is no more demand, and we cannot control, and we're not controlling the offer from Chile and Peru, but we cannot it would be ideal. The only thing we can do is actions to increase that demand. This year was much better distribution. We can see there are little peaks over 3 million boxes between Chile and Peru practically 1 week. And what was the price response? Flat. As you can see, the the light purple line, we are even. But this situation won't be repeated. It will be more like the next year. But what do we have to see? We have to operate. It is clear the market is the United States. The United States is a market. We have to start what the business is, and what to make a change. What to do to increase the demand. This is the moment for penalties. We have to make the goal. We think we have to make marketing campaigns. Why? Because of the simple exercise, because given the offer we are going to serve with the established demand, these promotion campaigns increase demand. Therefore, having the same offer, better price, all those things surplus for all of us. Easy. It sounds very nice in theory, but Mr. Alvaro Lopez, CEO from Avocado, Mexico, will show real examples for the United States. They are doing very well, and he will show this existing practice, and he will show us the path. We also have good examples. Cherries, Claudia from Cherries Committee, we've shown this with cherries. This is the number of consumers that have been achieved with cherries in China with an important investment. It has grown 150% in 8 years. This is the case of avocados. How much avocados are consumed in the United States? Look at the curve during the last 20 years, from 2.2 to 9.2. This is the hand by Avocado Mexico. While making campaign with our brand Fruits of Chile in the United States, this is going to promote the snacks of things we're doing, a message as Grapes of Chile, of course, social media, usage, TikTok, how to clean it, etc., etc. It is very important. We are working on this. They have an impact without question, and it can continue. We are working with most retailers, many of them here, making showrooms, putting advertisements in the sales spots, giving content online in e-commerce websites of different retailers. We're also doing activities in China and Korea, as we said, taste, product taste, e-commerce, social media. It's being done. It's very important. But how is it doing? We are good. We are winning in penalties, but we still don't win the match. Is it enough what we're doing? Let's look at the benchmark. What have we achieved? With $300,000 what we invested in the United States, this is our data with the Ipsos studies we do with consumers. We increased potential consumers that may eat grapes from 44 to 100 million people, 60 in the last 2 years. The first, the number of people coming to the campaign from 40 to 60, and actual consumers have increased to 22 to 50 millions. We're achieving people to eat grapes. We've achieved this, and we've seen people who see the campaign consume much more compared to those who don't see the campaign. Those who see the campaign ate 3.3 pounds a week, and those who don't see 1.2. The increase is 1.8 pounds. This is true. But is it enough? $300,000? Well, a very simple exercise. The Cherry Committee invests $5 million and they export approximately 400,000 tons. It means they're investing $12.5 per ton in marketing, with some differences every year. Avocados Mexico, Alvaro gave me this figure. They invest $80 million and they export 2.8 million tons. They are investing $29 per ton. Sespri, we all know they invest $107 million in advertisements and they export 1.7, and they go beyond. They invest $71 per ton. And what we're doing today, 300,000 with, let's take everything done by Chile, Peru, Mexico. Let's say a little bit more. We're investing around 25 cents per ton. We are not even close of what is necessary. We have to take this project seriously, and we have to reach levels not such as Sespri, but to start working together to invest more. And if we do this, we believe we could reach the end of the march winning. Let's remember, it is the same consumer, and to achieve the goal, we need joint promotions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ignacio. Now we're going to start with the first panel of this morning, and where some groups of producers and growers are going to analyze the challenges that the production and logistics of the grape has now in the Latin American perspective. We will call the Mr. Ricardo Cog, Gabriel Novoa, Andro Vidal, Andre Fattore, and Renato Alves from Brazil, and I will call our moderators Francisco Labarca and Jose Manuel Alcaíno. I will read. Give me a second. Because of the time, we are going to do the biographies. Ricardo Koch is the general manager of Exportadora Rio Blanco. He was a commercial manager of the Exportadora Rio Blanco for 10 years. He moved to Safco in America, in the United States, and then he moved again to Latin America. And in 2014, he held the position of general manager. Gabriel Novoa is the commercial manager of Agrícola Don Ricardo. Gabriel, can you raise your hand? He is the commercial manager of Agrícola Don Ricardo. He is a food engineer with a master's degree in business administration with more than 14 years of experience leading commercial teams in the agro-export sector. Andro Vidal is a commercial manager at Exportadora Subsol. He is an engineer from the University of Chile. He has worked for 20 years in this industry. Andre Fattore, he's from Brazil, but lives in Peru. I can define him like that. He's a commercial director of Terrasur Imports. He has a wide experience with client relationship and marketing. And finally, inside the panel, we have Renato Alves. He's the commercial director of Goana and president of Nova Forma Consultoria. He is a geologist, expert in marketing and administration. He, like I said, is the commercial director of Goana and president of Nova Forma. Goana is the cooperative of table grape of Brazil. And then the moderators, we have Francisco Labarca. Can you raise your hand, Francisco? He is the founder of Camper Shipper. He has a wide experience in the exportation fruit of, and Manuel Jose Alcaíno, the president of Ecofruit. He's a agronomy engineer and he works in Ecofruit too. Before you start, I will have tell you something. People who is on the corners, you can move to the different seats. We have available seats if you want. That way, can you raise your hand if you have a free seat, please? So people can see the spaces. Because of security, we need all the halls available. Please, if you can take seats, that'd be great. So we can have this great event for everyone. Manuel Jose and Francisco, you can take the floor now. Well, yeah, it's really exciting, the joint work that we have done with Chile and Peru. It's something that we have seen for a long time, something necessary to implement. So I'm very grateful and very happy that this is developing. I did ask to Gustavo to put me some graphics, but we have seen a lot of those. So in conclusion, it's very clear that the supply, it's over the demand. So I will start talking about that with our panelists. It is clear that the last season, the way between supply and demand was difficult for the growers and producers beyond the volumes, because like they already said, the volumes were higher, for example in the United States, at 10% higher, and it was distributed in a very equally manner. So the impact over the demand wasn't that big, and it was high anyways. But next year, this probably won't happen again. The quality that we need goes like the 2 or 3 seasons ago. With that in your mind, sirs, the question is it worth it to keep putting crops, to keep increasing the supply? Andre, I would like to start with you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, Gustavo and everyone. Well, obviously, the answer after all the graphics, it's no, right? But the important thing to try to understand here, and those who are here in this room, how much influential we have what is happening around the world, what America shows, and what happened inside in India, just like all the other countries that were shown from different origins. We have to understand that the grape and the markets that are receiving from different other places. That's the first thing. I don't want to break the analogy of Ignacio about football. I'm not so. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's about losses. But for example, if I'm Icar, Piure, or Copiapó, or San Vicente, the play, the affiliates play by us, and it's much more global than what I think it's that what Ignacio showed. I would like to transmit the message and pass the message to say, how am I efficient? And maybe I have to put 50 more hectares. Maybe I need more hectares of green or white. Yeah, but I'm not saying that with the question. I mean, if you need more hectares, that's perfect. But I'm trying to think, if you were a technical or commercial, and a client comes to you, I need these hectares. I do understand that. And the answer is no, right? But it's going to happen anyways. So we need to understand that in China, maybe they are in other seminars thinking something else. There are much more places. I think saying no, straightforward, it's complex. Gabriel, what do you think? What does Peru think? Well, first of all, sorry for my voice. I just getting out of a cold. I agree with Andrew because it's not yes or no. Everyone says that I think, that it's a consequence that is going to happen, and we need to analyze the perspective of every origin and every producer and grower, because not because we have a good year, we can say that the situation, it's not, globally, is optimal. But we need to check everything again and value financially what is your capacity as a grower to actually think and grow your expectations and everything. It's a bigger supplies for a change of varieties. Gabriel, can you hear me? Yeah, following what Karin asked, you hear from outside that some varieties in Chile have more flavor. Maybe Chile it's better for the red grape. To complement the question, to you there are Peruvians and have bigger productions. Is there something that you can plant in Chile? If you can have some hectares in Chile that maybe is not produced in Peru? Oh, that's a big tricky question, actually. It's a good question. It's a good question. Particularly, I will say no, because Terrazulu, for example, we are in Piura and Irica, and with that we have more than enough. You can have Piura, and with latest varieties, we can supply everything. That it's what Peru is doing right now. Ricardo, the question going backwards: what would you plant in Peru? You as a Chilean citizen. They're going to kill me, but I think some grape, red grape, that nowadays it's something that it's growing in the competition. Peru concentrated a lot in the white grape, and they have not increased the red production. They're trying to achieve obviously size and color, and Chile has a better field in that. So I will try. It's difficult, but to control supply. Nowadays, Peru with 70 or 75, or maybe Chile doesn't go farther than 60, and to look a good balance in the mix. What happened in the last season, I think it was a good balance from the latest ships from Peru with white and the introduction of red, and later Chile got up in there with white. It was an ideal situation. Yeah, we'll talk in the past conversations that we have about the investment. We have there an area that it's additional. I don't want to say that word, but it's not so good. So in concrete, with apparently our production in the South Hemisphere, it's growing and it will still grow, right? That's the conclusion. Is there any area, specific area, in which you think that it's important to concentrate that growth? Maybe different varieties and times of the supply that you think it's important? In Peru, it's important the green ones. We have seen that maybe red is the next category for us. But what Manuel said, we have to see which one is the magical number. Because in Peru, we don't have 10 hectares, we have 100. We plant 100. So we have to control, to approve just one variety, you plant 50 hectares. So it's very high. Andrew, what do you think from the Chilean point of view? I think the balance is important in the productive varieties because we have to go there for the demand. In the retail, the demand is half green, half red, and a bit of some special varieties. Obviously, we have some areas where some varieties doesn't behave so good, and there is where we have to work with the variety mix. Renato, what about Brazil? Well, in Brazil we have a deficit of red ones, a bigger concentration in whites, but we still have, it's a bit different from our teammates here because the limitation it's out of our hands. We have convinced ourselves to stop doing some things. I think that our focus needs to be on making a fruit to do promotions, a food that it's good and sweet edible, and that it's being achieved with the change of varieties, right? Yes, exactly. In Brazil, we have an increasing growth of the seedless grape, and the Brazilian varieties that are more sell in Brazil, for example, Victoria, but they do like that variety. And that answer was in me. It was very fast that we have a growth of the consumption, much more higher for the guys, which is a snack. And I think that works in the market there. A question about the same thing we were talking about, the supply. You talk about that maybe the growth of Peru can come from the replacement of the non-patented varieties. In Chile, we have a much higher value of those varieties. With the results of this season, which one is the message that we have to give to the growers, especially in Chile? When we see that the Crimson, for example, had a better result than most of the varieties that are patented. So what happened, for example, with Red Glove? If we have to reduce the supply or reaccommodate it, we need a clear message for these varieties. Which one do you think, Ricardo, maybe that it's the message? Yeah, thank you. I think that the curve of change is correct. We are there. The message right now is that the change of these varieties of the productive unit, it's when the volume goes along with the equation. This season gives us a sort of like a breathe. And I wanted to do something there. This is unusual. This is an unusual season. And we have to remember the graphics that Ignacio showed. The season of 2013 and the ones of 2015 were more or less the same that the one that we have now. And those are the unusual but good. And the unusual but bad were like 3 seasons ago. We have huge rains. Then we have the COVID-19, obviously unusual. And then we have the collapse of the American market. So we have had 3 campaigns that were really bad. So you may think that this will normalize. Now, to answer your question, yes, if we capitalize that with a good variety and a correct variety with what technology is giving us, of course, we are going to have Chile probably in the next 5 years from 65 to 70 millions of boxes. Yeah, sorry, just to complement this message that Francisco asked. Nowadays, with the information, when the genetics clubs came out with these new varieties, it was crazy. We planned what we had. And nowadays, we have the knowledge and the message of the rechange. And what is important is to have a good association and to know that the varieties that are available, if they are good in the geographic sectors or productive areas that they belong to. The new varieties that are patented, some of them are not well developed everywhere. So we need to talk about that too, because we have the information and we have to go directly with the genetics and the technical equipments team, so they can tell us the geographic. Yeah, that's a good topic. I made a summarize of the varieties that Chile exported in the last season. Does any of you know how many different varieties Chile exported? From the minimum to maximum? Does anyone knows? 155 varieties. Different varieties. Chile exported this. I'm not talking about that have the same name. No, they're all different. Maybe 8 years ago were 8 or 10. So, the question that we have now is, do we need that many varieties? Which one is the message that we want to give to the breeders in this sense? personally, I think that nowadays the fact that of keep developing new varieties, I think that the focus that they need to have, the technical teams, is to give a good restoration of the productive areas of the varieties that works. Because we have more than 20 new varieties that doesn't develop good in Copiapó or from the metropolitan region to the south. It's cl- cl- proven error, yeah, but it's at a high cost because the growers are the ones that needs to pay for that, for a plant or a royalty. That nowadays we have some developments or some varieties that are better than others, and that is very positive. But the focus today for me is for them to focus on the productive areas that are very different from Copiapó, for example, and the technical part. Yeah, from Peru, any message to the breeders? Be careful with what you say. Everything is being recorded. More than a message to them, I think that it's a call for attention to the growers, because even though you have hundreds and solutions, and every year you have new solutions, we have the responsibility of every grower to be correctly validating those. It's like a race, to know who captivated more areas of the new varieties. And in Peru, we had some horrible story of companies that broke because of this. So I think that nowadays we are in a stage, much more mature stage, in which every grower and exporter needs to do the job of checking that from the technical and economical part, put themselves in new scenarios alongside with the breeders. Yeah, the breeders are gonna give you like a script. Every zone is gonna give you a different story. So what we don't need to do is to pressure ourselves to take drastical decisions. So now we have the time, we don't have to run. We have the time to try varieties, but we are in a process of consolidation where we're trying to amplify our harvest time, but not necessarily with different varieties. Like I said, we need to consolidate ourselves. Every variety is a different story. Yeah. Sorry. But same thing that they say, every consumer knows 2, maximum 3 varieties. White, red, maybe a savory one, and that's it. In Europe, it's clear and darker, and that's it. So that's the thing. We have a lot more. We don't have any red. I think we have one that has a good possibility, but the other ones, we don't work with them. They don't function there. So there's no need to have these many varieties. The consumer needs a good grape. Doesn't matter if it's white or red. Yeah, that it's not a question, but I do have a doubt. We're gonna go to another one. But I don't know what commercial effect from 155 varieties exported in the market. How do they manage that? I mean, that concerns me a bit. I think that if we have too many names and too many varieties, how do you recognize them? Just to complement that, yeah, we do have some positive effects of those ton of varieties, but they're very little. Francisco, sorry, I wanted to say something about this. There is a wide discussion, but I think that in Chile we have topics that are a bit important, and we have to set this with the breeders. The breeders here in Chile has been deficient, and it's a topic that has affected us widely 100%. It's important for us to see this, you know? Because later on, the thing about the replacement, we have a lot of failures. So what is the breeder giving you to replace that? Because like you said before about the money, we are putting so much money in this and it's not working. So what are we controlling? What the breeders are controlling, sorry. Are they controlling just the brand or doing business? So we need to help to control production, the technical part. But when it is focused a lot on the control, what kind of bag do we use? Nowadays, the brands are not so clear on the effect. Yeah, we have to skip to another topic, sorry. Ignacio, in their presentation, he showed a big frame of the production comparing to another fruits. We cannot do much to control the supply, but we do need to do something to increase the consumption. So besides the promotion that Ignacio said, is there any other idea maybe to, I don't know, unite the quality standards of the grape, in where we can see that different companies have different standards? Do you mean the standards between Chile and Peru, or companies in in their own countries? No, what I mean is that let's say that Peru and Chile is just one, but at least in here, the multitasking of standards, you see it from outside and it's incredible. Do you think there's any possibility or idea to give the standards to the consumer for they to understand it? Can we do something? Sorry, I want to add something there. Not only the standards as tolerance or those type of things, but common sense, you know? For example, we have a lot of names, Jumbo, 900, 600, maybe a name that it's common so the markets can understand, and it's much easier for everyone if we have like a same name for everything. Yeah, this is key. The Grape Committee worked last year on a proposal that sadly not many of us sign it, but we do have to keep working on this. At least Chile needs to have a common name, like you said. Talk about the same quality, same size, for variety, obviously. And if we are capable to do something with Peru, that's even better. But it's in our own will, I think. I'm not talking about the growers, I'm talking about the exporters. Maybe Ignacio can clarify that, but the addition of the change wasn't that big. Some of us did it. Well, here's not like South Africa, you know? We don't have boards, but what we can do is to create a proposal that anyone who wants to sign it can sign it, but we need to have like a common proposal, a common name among the different countries. Yeah, who needs to be a bit worried? Like you said about the names, that is change all the time because a bit different for everyone. So maybe put a name on the fruit that it's bad. We need to be careful with that because you can sell, and I can tell you that this is extra jumbo, and I use another name, so it is maybe a worry for the consumer. The quality doesn't have anything to do with the names. I don't know if you could understand what I said. Yeah. I wanted to ask to Andrea, because the past conversations that we had, which are for you the most important concepts to classify the grape, if you could classify it or standardize it? I'm talking more of a it's not the standardization of millimeters, but the concepts, the key concepts for the market. I think this is a conversation that we not only us as growers need to have alongside with the markets, you know. What do they think it's important for their own consumers? What we want is for them to sell a lot so we can sell a lot too. And what I've heard the most in the last year is texture and size, and then taste. Obviously, taste is really important. Yeah, I'm talking about bricks. But there are some bricks fruit that are tasteless, you know? Yeah, I mean, the other things are subjective, so in bricks we can measure it. Yeah. I think that in the last years, supermarkets have tasted the texture and the size, that it's the thing that calls for a consumer when they see the fruit. So we need to standardize that criteria. So the message you keep for the leaders of the different committees of Chile, Peru, and Brazil, I think that it will be a big step. It's not easy because not everyone will agree with this, but we can do it. Another topic that I think that points to the same thing is that if the production is growing, if the supply is growing, we need to increase the consumption. Maybe rearrange the consumption. And I think that a topic that it's important is how to improve this talking about. And on that same thing, we have to improve. Ignacio said it in his presentation. The thing with the estimations. This year we were a bit wrong about the dates, but they had to have three important elements: the total volume per week and with estimation of the objective market. How do you think that it's something easy and possible? Which measures we have to take to rearrange that supply? Obviously, retail needs to have that clarity to program their production. Yeah, I think it's an important question and interesting because we as Peru has improved a lot these technical things. We have some problems on the north because of the climate, like you said. It was a bit difficult to know the final number, but the last 2 or 3 years, we have here maybe 5% in the number. But the problem that we have is per week because it's complicated. And that problem goes in every different place, you know. I fight every week with the growers for they to give me the exact number, and it's difficult. So if we do it as an industry, it's a challenge. We need to improve it. It is possible to improve it. It is not easy, obviously, because we are dealing with climate that changes every single week. But I think that the final number, it's obviously important. But what happened to us in the last 2 or 3 seasons, not the one that we already have, but we had a big season, a big week. I wanted to show that in the graphics that I told you at the beginning. But we had the sum of the supply of Peru and Chile in the last years, and we have consecutive weeks of above 5 million boxes. Obviously, it's almost impossible to have an exact number. So as much as we want to put our best efforts in this, it's not going to work. To pass the 5 million, it's crazy. So if we are going to have those 5 millions or those weeks, because it doesn't depend that much of us to regulate it, we need to concentrate the production on those periods, and we need to know that in advance. So I will say this again. The fact of the estimations, it's pointed much more to be assertive with the weeks than the total. Yeah, but ask ourselves because it's a panel. Well, I am 100% agree with you, but you can ask us. Yeah, the fruit is there. You just have to take it out. Yeah, just to make a point in here, Ignacio named this, but we as an industry have made a huge work on this. We have a great opportunity as Chile. Ignacio recapitulated the data of 85%. I do understand that at the beginning we didn't even believe in that number, but more than believe in it, we have to work on the number. If 85% of the industry works on this, it's obviously on the weeks, you know? The technicals always show us that they accomplish 93% of total, but that doesn't work for us because if that doubles in a week, it's not possible to double up all the other characteristics that we need. Yeah, we need to answer the supermarkets. How much time do you need to do this big production? If it's 3 weeks, 4 or 2, yeah, that's an excellent point actually. Most of the times, it doesn't matter if in 20 weeks we will have volumes. That is a loss. But the information that we need is when do they need that production. Yeah. There is an idea, sorry, that I think it's interesting. I don't know if you think it's possible, but to put together the analysis of all the things that are going around on the United States, of the inventories, and maybe it's not that hard to get. We think we have 10 freezers, maybe with a terminal. Can give us a good signal? This has been talked in other years. Do you think it's able to achieve this? I think the numbers are interesting. Is it possible to activate it? Yeah, I think it's possible and it's important. We have all the technologies to do this. We have had from Holt that we know what we have online, and the other freezers are through our exporters, we have that information. So we could take all that information and concentrate it. It's vital. There are some times where in our own radio, the last season they were full with this, and I think that's fatal. Yeah, it's what the commission does in there, in California. Yeah, the answer is who does that, right? It's a good idea, but we need to develop that. Like, given that we have last minutes, the logistic question, it's important here. So I want to ask our Peruvian friends, do you see any logistic challenge? Do you have any worries seeing the volumes that we have? Any logistic thing that you may be worried about? Yeah, definitely. After the COVID-19, we passed through high prices, to say it in a normal way. Nowadays, they have normalized. But it looks like we forgot about the service. This is not a critique, a hard critique. It's something to improve, you know? We feel that even though that prices are regularized, the service is not important or crucial right now. Those are big increases because of different reasons, and nowadays we're talking a lot about the United States, Europe, Latin America, but Asia, it's a big world, and China is not Asia. So we need to keep developing on Asia, all that is southeast of Asia. And how do we develop this? It's with 55 or 45 days of shipping. So we need to act with them. We have a big demand of some markets that we cannot help. Nowadays we're sending by plane to Singapore or Malaysia, but we didn't feel that. We need that trust to open more markets. So what you're seeing right now, the bigger challenge is to access the Asian market. you don't have comments maybe on USA that it's right now the most important market. It worked? Yeah, it did work a lot. It worked on the East Coast, beyond the cold treatment, the freeze treatment. All of our logistics right now works really good. And I think we all live with that fear maybe inside, because we do need to open to other markets. Now, Chile. It's important to see the point of view of Chile. Andre, maybe? What is your concerning with the volumes? Yeah, I think the challenge is big. The transfer of boxes that we make from Chile to USA in March, it's big, but it's not enough. We have a lot of services, but they're not enough, like I said. We, as a Chilean industry with more or less boxes in March, we freeze these boxes. It's 1 million boxes per day, and we have to fix that. We have problems this year from the 3rd to the 15th week. We have some differences. We have not worked joined together, but we have not worked. We have improved some things, but we have not worked together. And I think the transfer to the United States is vital. Yeah. Nowadays we have a rumor, if we can call it some way, from the port of Wilmington, that it's important for Chile to keep operating like we have done in the past years, because of the fumigation capacity, because we have the alternative to go to the port and use the Wilmington port and the Holt one, which are in Gloucester. But if in some other way we cannot operate in Wilmington, it's gonna give us a big trouble. Now, this challenge of May that Arthur said of big volumes, because Chile has concentrated a lot at the end on the volumes per box. But I mentioned that we don't have another alternatives of services. We have 4 services of containers that works well, really well this year actually. And we have 1 service of chartered ships that are specialized. And we don't know if we're gonna have 2 services next year or just 1, but we all say that it's important for this specialization to continue. How do you see, how can we secure a good transition? Where can we point? Do we have to improve the containers? What do you think about this? How do you feel about it? I think, yeah, we need to improve both of them. It's to have just 1 operated in Boca Charter. It's not good for us. It's limited. It is important maybe to have sea trade back. And last year, because of everything we talk about the season, the service of containers worked really well. And I think that can grow. But the heart of every one of us has always been on the sea transport, to have both alternatives along with the vessels. It's a good space. Yeah, I think that the combination between this, it's not a recipe. And it's important to understand that what happened this year affected the curve of price at the end. Here in Chile, we have a lot of fruit post-marketing. It was left. And that affected the prices. Do we want to see it or not? That had a real great effect because of the fruit that was left behind in here. Yeah, we have a big analysis on that. Gustavo is making me some signs because I think we don't have much more time. We have some interesting ideas here though, and we really hope that this has a good impact on the consumers. Thank you so much, everyone, and please an applause to our panelists. Thank you, Ricardo Koch, Gabriel Novoa, Andro Vidal, André Fatore, Renato Alves from Brazil. And thank you a lot to the moderators, Francisco Labarca and Manuel José Alcaíno. An applause, please. Thank you to the participants of our panel. And we end this first segment. Please go to the coffee break from UCC, Cargo and Logistics Solutions. We meet here again at 12 o'clock. Thank you. minute. Thank you for the coffee break to UCC, United and Logistics Solutions. Sorry, UCC, Cargo and Logistics Solutions.
Okay, well, we'll kick off our second segment of this morning. We will be focused on end consumers. I will take advantage to ask you to take your seats, find your most comfortable locations, and I would like to thank you again. The coffee break, sponsored by UCC Cargo Logistics Solutions. As I said earlier, this segment of the event we will analyze and we will focus on end consumers. To that, we've invited Mr. Chris Dubois from company Circana, as well as Mr. Jerry Claude for the company Dissolution for China. We would like to remind you that the upcoming presentations will be in English. Then those who require a simultaneous interpreting device can pick it up on the lobby in front of the main door of this room. Okay, let's kick off. The first presentation of this presentation will be in charge of Mr. Chris Dubois. He's fresh food team lead from Circana Company, who will present Understanding American Consumers in English. In this presentation, the analyst-in-chief of the international survey company Circana will analyze the big trends that affect great consumers and American retailers. Chris Dubois is executive vice president of the company. His usual lecture about changing trends in the sector and consumer. His experience is requested by executive leaders of retailers, supermarket chains, and food chains and packaged products. He also collaborates with trade associations of consumer goods sectors, and he's part of councils and directors' boards. Next, we will leave the stage to Mr. Chris Dubois. Buenos días, es un honor estar aquí con todos ustedes y muchas gracias por haberme invitado. Soy Chris Dubois, estoy a cargo de las prácticas de alimentos saludables en Circana y si ustedes piensan en el poder de los supermercados, la razón por la cual los consumidores americanos escogen lo que van a comprar tiene que ver con el producto. La calidad de la fruta de los supermercados importan y las uvas son gran parte de eso. Les voy a decir dos razones por las cuales Perú y Chile tienen una energía increíble en este tipo de discusiones. He pasado muy bien, he estado acá y quiero agradecerles a todos. Hoy día los voy a llevar a algunos de sus mercados más grandes y ayudarles a entender los consumidores esperando de una nueva forma. Si ustedes piensan en el trabajo que hace mi equipo con los clientes, trabajamos prácticamente con los principales productores y fabricantes en el sector de alimentos y nos enfocamos en el crecimiento de las compañías como un todo. Y tiene que ver con tecnología y ciencia. Esta es una pequeña publicidad, cómo podemos ver el mercado americano de una forma en que nunca antes lo han visto antes. Y quiero mostrar un poco de dónde vienen los datos porque puede ser nuevo. Mi empresa tiene datos del retail que vienen directamente de ellos. Vemos todos los ítems todos los días en todos los outlets de alimentos. Tenemos tenemos 100 millones de compradores frecuentes y sobre eso también tenemos 100.000 personas que comparten todo lo que compran y también lo que comen. Sabemos lo que comen para el desayuno, snacks, almuerzo, cena, así como también personas que escriben eso y saben que esto es demasiada información. También sabemos qué es lo que pasa por el lado de los servicios de alimentos, porque los distribuidores y los consumidores nos dicen qué es lo que comen en restaurantes y también los distribuidores. Hoy día vamos a ver información de una forma en que esperemos pueda ayudarles a encontrar nuevas ideas para la producción de uvas para el mercado norteamericano. Primero los vamos a llevar un poco por los consumidores desde el lado económico. Vamos a ver qué es lo que está funcionando en Estados Unidos y el Reino Unido, los mercados de uvas en particular, pero cómo los americanos compran uvas, las dinámicas de compra en las tiendas, qué es lo que compren en casa, cuándo lo comen, cómo lo comen y por qué, y también algunas ideas en términos de lo que ellos compran. En lugar de 100 o 200 diapositivas de economía que pueden ser muy aburridas, me voy a enfocar solo en lo que mueve las ventas en los supermercados, que es lo que realmente importa para los consumidores estadounidenses. Y lo que voy a hacer es fijar el contexto de por qué ha sido muy fuerte la economía americana, pero por qué también las ventas de los supermercados han sido fuertes recientemente. Si piensan en la dinámica de esto, se han escuchado en la televisión por cable en Estados Unidos, honestamente, espero que todos intenten saber lo que ocurre, porque la televisión americana realmente apesta, pero si ven en términos de lo que está moviendo la economía, no se sorprenderían de ver que la economía continúa siendo fuerte, la población continúa creciendo, hay una expansión de la población en términos de lo que están comprando. Las tasas de desempleo están más o menos en un 4%. Cuando la gente trabaja y cuando ven que las ventas del retail suben, como ha sucedido durante los últimos años, el gasto ha aumentado 3-4%, cuando están gastando dinero, es muy difícil entrar en recesión. Si han visto la televisión, han escuchado hablar de la recesión, pero lo interesante es que esto está debajo de la economía. Ustedes ven que hay muy fuertes ventas en términos de los alimentos. La historia de Estados Unidos durante los últimos 2 años ha sido inflación. Si van por el lado de los supermercados, algunos consumidores han visto que sus cuentas han aumentado un 30% en promedio. Esto ha sido durante los últimos 5 años. Esto es gran cosa. En otras palabras, otros solían gastar $100 a la semana, ahora gastan 130. Esto es un gran cambio en 5 años. Ahora están viendo que la inflación está bajando. En la medida que se modera la inflación, y ustedes pueden ver, en la economía norteamericana continúa siendo fuerte. Parte del lado de la inflación ha sido la diferencia entre lo que denominamos en casa o las compras en los supermercados versus las compras de alimentos en los servicios de alimentos. Cuando pensamos en dónde ha estado la inflación en los últimos 2 años, en particular ha estado muy fuertemente enfocada en los servicios. Los restaurantes, las cuentas de restaurantes se sienten muy fuertes. Pero si esto lo movemos a lo que gastan los americanos por comida, por ocasión y por plato, si tomamos todos los datos que nosotros tenemos, sale que en 2023 más o menos como $88 americanos por persona por plato en casa. Si usted sale a comer, va a gastar más o menos $8. Pueden ver el aumento en el lado de los servicios de alimentos en términos de la barra roja. Ha sido bastante. Entonces, el lado de la inflación está escondido por los alimentos en los supermercados, aún es muy fuerte y tiene muchas ventajas de costo. El mayor motor de las ventas en los supermercados en el largo plazo ha sido la cantidad en la fuerza laboral. Tenemos algunas variables correlacionadas en el otro factor que sale, el principal factor es la cantidad de personas que están trabajando primeramente. Y ahora están viendo que hay más personas trabajando en Estados Unidos que hace 20 años.
Strong? The answer is yes. So current set, the American consumer is strong, your markets are strong there. There are 3 things that I talk about with manufacturers and retailers almost every week on these topics, and it continues to come up because these are things that are going to matter in the next 10 years. I'm not going to go into each one, but I wanted to highlight some of these because it's a big part of, as you plan your businesses, what's going on in America that's going to change in a very big way. So one of the big things we've seen is since COVID, people don't go into the office as much. In fact, about 30% of the US workforce now works from home primarily. So what does that mean? That lets people move to different cities. So you're seeing a move to the south and west across a lot of different cities. So I was with an executive leadership team planning out next year's 2025 budget a little bit. And as you looked at the population shift and where they were putting their marketing dollars, they were putting marketing dollars in the old cities where population used to be. Their key audience had moved to a lot of the South, including Florida, the Carolinas, and different places like that. So think about the marketing spend. This impact will be a very big deal over the next decade. Hispanic population growth. Hispanics will be the largest racial segment in the next 10 years. That's a very big deal in America. I'm not going to go into any kind of politics or anything else like that. That's not what this is about. But the fact is, for people who understand that segment and can market to it, they're going to win in a very big way, and it's going to change. The other major change, what I call changing of the guard, is baby boomers were a very large demographic. There are a lot of people in the older generation from 1946 to 1962, and they in fact dominated US food. So if you ever wanted to do heavy marketing, you're going to market to that audience. Right now, millennials and Gen Z, younger generations from, say, 1982 up to 1998 and 1998 to current, Those two generations are much bigger than the baby boomers, and they're about to take over the US grocery store. So if you win with the younger consumers in a big way, you have an outstanding chance to win. You're going to see the US supermarket look very, very different as a result in the next 10 years. But let's talk about the US and UK grape markets. One of the first things that you'll want to understand up front is where does the American dollar go? So if I take my wallet out and said, I'm going to go buy a week's worth of food, including restaurant and grocery, 60% of my wallet goes over to the supermarket. That's food at home. About 40% of my wallet would go to food service. Restaurant costs cost more. So that becomes a big piece of where that goes. But the other side is when you think about eating occasions mean breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacking. When you think about where do Americans get the food for all their different eating occasions, 87% are sourced from home. So that means even if I'm in the office and I brought a lunch, that was sourced from home. So think about the value and the importance of kind of getting that right at retail and making sure the spending is there. 13% of eating occasions are sourced away. So this is sort of, if you think about it, where Americans eat and how they eat it. But let's get into some statistics just to give you a feel of what's going on, because we'll start getting into the grape markets very, very quickly. As you look across the US stores, over the last year, each of the departments has been pretty strong with the exception of seafood. Produce continues to be really strong and growing at 3.2%. It's almost $100 billion, which is huge in the US retail. Produce alone is bigger than many different retail segments. Meat, produce, and deli in particular have been growing pretty fast over the last 2 years, but up 3.2% is very strong in a tough world of retail. If you look at the US and UK fruit markets, I've separated this out into fruit and grapes so you can begin to see where the changes are going. UK markets here, we kind of measure that in the UK currency. US is US dollars in terms of sales. But you can begin to see, again, dollars are growing for both fruit up there, but also in volume and units, which is powerful. Grapes have had a very good year overall as well. In fact, if you kind of dig into dollar sales for grapes here in particular, what I've lined out here are some of the top 5 categories. Grapes have had a phenomenal year so far this year, tracking back to it. So and we're going to go into a little bit of that in terms of why grapes have been so strong here in the US. Quick hint is social media. Yeah, but what you're seeing here is berries have been strong for many, many years. Apples are having a little bit tougher year. If you think about what matters in the US markets, it's all about red and green grapes. So not a shock. You're growing them, so you know where it's going. But what we're seeing is blue and black continue to be strong growers all the way through. But one of the things that caught my eye about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, was cotton candy, because it continues to grow at a ridiculously fast pace. When you think of cotton candy grapes, they're about 5% of the US market. But when you think about a small item that's growing almost 26%, and it's not showing any signs of stopping, all I can say is please continue to grow cotton candy grapes, because A, they taste great, but wow, are they selling. So if you think about how to continue to drive growth, different flavors, different forms, colors, all that really matters in terms of pushing it up. One of the speakers a couple hours earlier had talked about social media driving grapes, and this has been a really big deal. So if you think about grape sales in the US just in 2024, we're up 17%. I mean, this is crazy, crazy numbers for an agricultural product. And part of that is being driven by social media. So the whole idea of people freezing putting lime juice on grapes, sprinkling it in Jell-O, freezing it, and having that as frozen candy. 12 huge sour grape and other sweet grape trends on TikTok, and it's exploding. And guess who's really paying attention? It's the younger generation. So if I had to think about which fruits are winning, technically it's grapes in a really big way, because not only is it making it fun for younger consumers, but realistically, you're driving big sales. But Gen Z dollars up 46%, all about making more trips to the store for grapes. So can social media work? The answer is absolutely yes. So one of the questions I'd had up front was help share some of the information around packaging. So the U.S. is still a little bit behind. I think there's a huge opportunity to upgrade convenience in terms of packaging. Bag sales right now are continuing to drive it. It's probably been the case for a very, very long time. Clamshell is about flat. If you think about one of the biggest drivers in the U.S. market is all about convenience and portability. The more you make your product transportable, simple, easy, convenient, the more you're going to sell. And we show that across the store. It happens in the meat department. It happens in the deli department. It happens in the center store areas. So overall, right now, bag still works. It is total, and you've got a tremendous product. But the more you can drive convenience matters. One of the other big questions we always get is organic going to grow? Will organic make a big difference? So here is the organic dollar share of produce. So how you'd read this is it varies between 11.64 and 12% of total grapes on that, or total produce on that side. So organic runs about that. Organic still has a pretty strong volume share as well. So volume, it's continued to push up. So it's growing, but growing slowly on that side. The grape share is a little bit less. So when you kind of think about it from that side, there still is room to grow organic grapes. It just hasn't really kind of caught on yet. So to me, I think there's some real headroom here to be able to grow organic grapes and kind of capture the imagination. Part of it is it's not about pricing. So if I think about the pain inside cereal manufacturers, ketchup manufacturers, yogurt, there are so many categories now in the U.S. supermarket that are up 30 or 50%, and they're really feeling it from a volume side. What we've seen is most price increases over the last 5 years are less than 20%. So the way you'd read this is if the price back in 2019 was at 100, this is where we're at today. So plums are 17% higher, peaches are 17% higher, grapes are 16% higher. I'm not telling you to raise prices. All I'm saying is pricing is not holding it back. In fact, I think this is one of the big reasons why produce has had such a successful run over the last few years. When I look at opportunities for promotion, does grapes get the same kind of credit as other fruits from retailers? So one of the ways we look at it is grocery ads in terms of what items are on the front page, what items are on the back page of a lot of the grocery ads. And what we see here is apples in particular and berries get a lot of feature activity. If I'm trying to influence a retailer, I would start looking at the grape, all the success grapes have had on sales, but there's a lot of room to increase ad space. So encouraging retailers to market more, present more, is going to help drive your sales, because I think grapes could benefit from even more exposure in those circulars. One of the things to keep in mind is a lot of times, and I'm kind of guilty of that because I grew up around grocery, is we think of the American supermarket primarily as the main driver. What we're seeing today in the last few years has been one of the most radical shifts. Normally this chart does not have anything over, say, 0.3 or 0.4 on a change. You don't see a $1 trillion market separate and segment that much. But what we're seeing now is club stores and mass stores. So think Walmart and Target. For club, think Costco and Sam's. So these stores, and along with Aldi, are growing much faster than traditional groceries. So you're seeing volume come out of the traditional supermarkets. Huge growth in terms of Walmart and Target. So when you think about where you're trying to sell, don't forget about those stores. Don't underestimate the power of those channels. When you shift your focus, you will drive and win sales in a much bigger way. So I've talked a lot about retail in terms of supermarkets, club, mass merch. What about out-of-home markets? Because not everybody sells into retail, and I get that. So we look at food service in two different ways. So one is called commercial food service on the left, and that's about 80% of the market. Out of 88 billion visits in the US, 80% of that goes through restaurants and convenience stores. So think about normal restaurants, everything from fancy down to casual diners, and convenience stores, which may or may not have gas. Non-commercial food service is going to be more institutional. Think schools, for example, is a great place, especially for grapes. So you can see the difference in share. Right now, the big commercial food service, restaurants are hurting. Yeah, part of that was from inflation driving, but also a big part of this is going to be, the fact that food at home has been very inexpensive for a while, and people are still eating at home, cooking at home, and doing that. In food service, fruit's growing though. You'd think fruit may not be growing in a way, but it's growing about 6% a year. When I look at the number of servings though, it's only on 2% of orders. So fruit's important, but there's still an awful lot of room for growth. When I think about grapes, it's one of the most popular categories in the US supermarket. A US supermarket's not going to stand up a produce department without it. But here, if I look at broadline distributors, and those are the Sysco's, US Food Service, those are the ones that get it out to restaurants. Grapes are only the number 9 fruit. So there's a lot of room to continue to push, customize those products kind of fit in a way that helps drive success. So food service to me is a big deal, and partially because fruit's growing. It's not like it's holding back. So where do you think about growing? Where are the biggest places to go in terms of where's fruit today? Well, the big thing is secondary school cafeterias. So think high school, older children for the most part. McDonald's is a big one, Chick-fil-A, and college and university cafeterias. Most of the food restaurants are going to be apple slices and fruit cups. If I had to look and see across US food service room for grapes, there's absolutely room for grapes. The question is, what does that product look like for a Chick-fil-A to pick it up? But at the end of the day, this to me just shows a ton of opportunity. So one of the big questions I get is, how do people buy grapes? Help me understand some of the buying behavior. How big is it? How broad is it? So we always kind of start with the first step of, what percent of households buy this kind of a product? Sometimes you'll see 12, sometimes you'll see 20. It can vary bit by bit. But grapes are bought by almost 3/4 of American households. In other words, it's broad, it's big, it's extended. What we see though is there's still room. I mean, there's no reason the berry people have to be able to get more success. There's room to kind of bring in some new households. It doesn't mean that you're hurting it all. All it tells me is there's still room to grow in this market, and some of that's bringing in new households. Why is that important? It's because when you bring in a household, on average, these households are going to spend about $56 a year. So that's a big deal because it lines up really well compared to almost every other fruit. In fact, it's number 2 on the list. So when you think about how much they're spending per buyer, it's a big deal. But averages hide powerful numbers. So if you think about what really matters, think about who your heavy buyers are. So I use that term very easily, but just imagine in your mind 340 million Americans. Now we're going to rank them top to bottom from purchasing. How much did someone purchase? And technically, my company does it by household, so we're not really going after each and every person. We're going after the household. But just rank them highest to lowest. Now we're going to take the top 10%. That's how you get to 43%. So those households are not everybody. Those households are not just the average person walking down the aisle in Costco. Those are very, very specific households. But if you want to win and you want to grow and you want to get the next flavor into that and help it grow just like cotton candy, you got to know these households. You got to know who these people are. And by the way, it's very knowable by that side. So we can tell you exactly who those are, and we'll get into some of that. When you think about where to purchase it, where are these heavy buyers purchasing? They're buying other items too. So when households buy grapes, what other fruit was in the basket? Where would you put grapes next to if you really wanted to drive sales of grapes, but also other fruits? In other words, if you're talking to a retailer, where's the best place? And trust me, retailers don't often know. They need some help. If I was going to be pushing, I would put it right next to berries on that side. And if you can get it next to the banana table, that's perfect. Why? Because your grape buyers are also buying those products. Make that trip simple, but also don't let people buy bananas and not see the grapes. And swear to God, I've walked 20 stores in the US in the last 2 weeks just sort of testing this out. 8 out of the 20 got it right. So there's room to improve because it's going to help drive sales. The other one is when you number of fresh grape trips, you know, how many include bananas and berries? It's about a third. So there's still room to go. Now we can help find all the fresh grape buyers who are the heavy ones, but here's the ones who are really, here's an overview of the top grape buyers in general. Not a surprise, you're gonna be a little bit higher average income. It shouldn't surprise anybody because if you have older kids, you need some income on that side. For the top 10, it's gonna be 5+ person households. So what you're seeing is, in particular, those households have a range of kids in there, older to younger, and grapes probably win all the way across. So in other words, you could target stores with those, you can target markets with those, but bringing more of those households in will help drive those sales. The other side is it's also about helping the retailers win. So when you think about grapes and other fruit, one of the questions we always get is, well, how big's the if my product's in that basket, how big's the rest of the basket? So grapes win, hands down, when you start kind of pulling out, if I can see grapes in the basket. So when grapes are in the basket, that average basket is worth $99.47 to a retailer. That's a very big difference between melons, for example. So if you're trying to sell grapes versus melons, one of the things you'd say to a retailer is, I bring customers who spend more in your store. So that becomes a very, very big deal in terms of how they're buying it. When you think about how people consume at home and you know, think of when they're eating grapes, 79% are consumed at home in general, but 74% are consumed during the week. It's much more of a weekday snack. When we break down breakfast, lunch, dinner, and between meals, it comes out 57% between meals. So if you think about what's an American snack, grapes is a big part of that. And not surprisingly, it comes out as a snack or a dessert. So why is that? Well, let's talk about breakfast first, and then we're going to go into why this really, really matters, and also what creates another area for growth. For Americans, most breakfast occasions are sourced at home. It's a very quick routine. It's very routinized. You're not going to get an American to really break a whole lot. If they're eating yogurt in the morning, they're eating yogurt. If they're eating cereal, they're doing cereal. If it's eggs, bacon, or fruit, you've got it. So in terms of when they go away from home, they're generally going to be able to buy something at a Starbucks or McDonald's. That's called, and take it away, that's off-premise. So a big part of this is either they're sourcing it home or taking it with them. But we also track morning snacks. We also track snacks all the way through. And if you look at what's growing at food service, morning snacks are growing. So if you think about grapes are supposed to be a great snack item, and morning snacks are growing at food service. If you look on the right side, breakfast, AM snack, and brunch, breakfast is down, but AM snack is up. There's a huge opportunity to get grapes in at food service, but position around that morning snack. One, because that's how people eat it at home. Two, you've got a natural growth opportunity. So one is, this becomes a very big avenue to continue to drive growth. Lunch is also another big opportunity. If you think about what really matters for lunch, most lunches in America take less than 10 minutes to prepare, so done very, very quickly. Again, 30% of the population, or 30% of the working age population is working from home, so it's going to be a fast lunch. Convenience is key. So is portability. So when Americans are going to the office, 50% of their lunches are carried from home. So that's a big deal. In other words, you're bringing something from home to go. And then a natural bit is to fit it with a sandwich or the salad that goes through. But this is all about convenience. If you think about packaging, if you think about portability, it's more than just a bag. Think about what that product looks like to solve it, but also think about how you want to communicate it. Because grocery circulars are increasingly becoming less important, the newspaper part of it. So in America, traditionally newspaper ads, or ads are dropped into into newspapers or into the mail, and people will kind of pick it up out of that. More and more it's becoming digital, and you're seeing a huge percent change versus 2019. In-store touch digital signage in particular, up 8.6, smartphone apps, up 7.1. Americans are going digital. The number one question I get from retailers is, can they cut the circular today? And the answer is, probably in about 2 to 3 years. We're getting really, really close. So to kind of summarize this up, we went through an awful lot in terms of what the American markets look like, how people buy, how they use it, how they eat. But the first thing I'd say is focus on winning in new channels. So US grocery's not done, it's still growing, there are still phenomenal retailers, but the growth is faster in discount and club and mass. The Walmarts, Targets, Costco's, winning in there with the right kind of products, the right volume is really, really gonna matter. Bringing in new households, there's still room to go bring in new households eating grapes. And part of it is you're seeing the American families change all the time. Bringing in a few new households will do incredible amounts to help continue to drive your growth in end markets. Social media and digital is a big, big thing. TikTok, there are so many brands that would kill to have all the coverage you got on the frozen grapes. I know it's ridiculous to kind of think about from my side, I know. Can you make that happen? But the more you spend money on social media and digital and capture the younger generations, like wow, it pays off. Up 17 is huge. There still are really, really big opportunities in food service to grow grapes. We see it out there, it can be bigger. The other final big thought is it's really about heavy buyers in many cases. 10% of the volume goes to 10% of the buyers go to 43% of the volume. That's a big deal. It's bigger than most categories. Knowing those buyers will pay off. And finally, new flavors. Cotton candy is up 25%. It's been going for quite a while. Keep pushing new flavors, new colors, and just bring that excitement into the American store. You've got a great product, a lot to be proud of, and frankly, I think a lot of growth ahead if you can continue to do what you're doing. So I'd like to say thank you. Appreciate the time, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask afterwards. I know we've got Jerry coming up, and happy to turn it back over.
Wow. How many times we have promote our grapes as snacks from the origin? We have a lot to learn and a lot that is changing right now. It's important to pay attention to what Chris just said. Perfect. We will begin with the second presentation of the consumers part. We will have Jerry Claude, who will analyze the potential that the Chinese consumer has. Jerry is from the Brand Solutions. He is recognized as an expert of the consumers in China. In 20 years, he had helped many brands like Disney, Budweiser, Unilever to establish in China. And this is one of the few persons who talks with around 200 consumers, local consumers in China. Jerry Claude, please. Hola a todos, muchas gracias por la invitación. Estoy encantada.
In Chile, and I'll get underway by just describing exactly what I do and what I love. So literally, I've spent my life immersing with Chinese consumers. And the photos you can see here is an example of Unilever telling me to live with a Chinese family for 2 weeks. So I just stayed on their sofa, kind of like a hippie they couldn't get rid of, and took photos and just followed everyone in the house. And that particular house had 3 generations living under one roof. And we were trying to understand how behaviors were changing before Chinese New Year. And specifically with fruit, people have asked me, do you just do fruit? No, I do all products, as you've heard from Gustavo, but I love investigating these new behaviors around fruit. And you can see me there with the delivery truck. So I paid someone to let me do their job for a day, and I drove around in the truck delivering fruit, to the surprise of most of the customers, when a New Zealander pops up at their door and said, "Here are your cherries." But that was an excellent way to understand exactly how Chinese consumers were using digital. Now, how I come across this amazing opportunity, I've been publishing in Spanish a few articles that you might have seen in Vision magazine, one on China and one on India in the latest edition, and I'm going to be doing one for the next edition on Chinese naming, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But today I want to emphasize exactly how both industries in Chile and Peru can actually present themselves in a more nuanced way. We've done good things. We need to go to a 2.0 level. And to give you some example of some brands that I've helped, I've chosen 3 New Zealand brands to be a good Kiwi. The first one is Comvita. Comvita is a leading brand of Manuka honey. And I spent a lot of time with them, and I said, hey, you've got to talk more about your natural ecosystem. It's so beautiful. We have Manuka forests, we have mountains. It's unbelievable. It's almost magical. You need to make that part of your brand. So they went to the next level. They included that in their packaging. They also had experience centers where Chinese consumers could enjoy and understand that natural environment. Also, because I grew up as a farmer, I was working with the New Zealand lamb industry and helped them to get to a number 1 position in China. And the key thing was to say, don't just talk like the rest of the farmers. Talk about farming in a new, progressive way, like New Zealanders, with technology, with intelligent farmers who actually look at their crops and are concerned about the future of the land, and then include that in a strong message of sustainability within the brand. Then the other one, a brand I've really enjoyed working with, which I'm sure people are aware of, is Rocket, which is the mini apples from New Zealand. And one of the key things that we focused on was, hey, do not think of yourself as fruit. That's not what you're competing against. You are a modern snack with modern packaging. And that completely changed the way that Rocket was marketing into China. So a huge focus on young families, huge marketing events around Children's Day. All of this focused on the idea of this being an iconic product for young families. So what am I about? I say that I create exemplar brands. So taking these brands to number 1 positions in China because they're not competing against anyone. Their brands are defined so clearly that nobody can compete with them. They do not take pricing from the market. They create their own price and their own premium. Okay, now, since I've been here and pretty much all my clients are asking, is the Chinese economy going down? Is it in crisis? You can see from the bottom image here, the year keeps changing. When is the crisis or the collapse in China going to happen? It's not. I trust in Brother Xi. Brother Xi will deliver a high quality of life to the Chinese middle class. That is integral to the Chinese project. And when I go to China and I speak to people, that's exactly what I see. So don't worry, China is there. That is a fixed part of your future and the future of the 2 industries in the room today. Quick question, I have to move quickly, but where is this guy? Where is he? He is in Chongqing, and Chongqing has an economy of the same value as Chile. So, let's just say there's a lot of future potential in this market. And you can see this squiggly diagram. That is 160 cities in China that have a population of over 1 million. So, it's just going to be a continually expanding market, a continually expanding middle class. And what we're seeing in terms of the middle class after COVID is a concentration. So while the economy is going down, the members or the population of the middle class are actually increasing, and they're becoming far more defined. Yesterday I spoke to someone at dinner and I said, what is the key challenge for table grapes in Peru and Chile? It is literally to get on the list of products that make you middle class in China. At the moment, Zespri is there, but there are going to be 4 or 5 other brands on that list. Let's make sure they are Chilean or Peruvian. Okay, now the thing that is most important, and I say focus, 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 is on super mums. Super mums in China, they boss everything. I rarely interview men. It's always interviewing super mums because they always know exactly what's happening, and they're the ones that introduce new products into their families. Now, the perfect set of consumers really is super mums and future super mums, because they're defining exactly what is middle class culture in China. Now, obviously, it's important not to forget America. This is a lovely couple that is always going to be part of your planning. Okay, so I'm the China guy, but it's always going to be a balance. And of course, the most important thing is the timing of the crop as well, is going to determine where the fruit goes in both countries. Okay, now what I wanted to do was give you a direct tap you in or dial you in directly to the world of the super mums. So I've created a video of interviews I've done in China and translated them into Spanish. Now this is not Netflix, and since I've been here, people have said, well, Chileans speak very fast. They do. I found it a little bit difficult to catch everything at times, but Chinese speak real fast, okay? So everyone ready? Ready? Okay.
自然规律东西自然而成的东西肯定是最好的嘛。像哪个季节吃什么东西，从小都是这样。小时候冬天能吃苹果、吃橘子、吃柚子，夏天吃西瓜，是一件很好的事情。但是现在一年四季都有了，其实这种它并不一定说它是自然造成的，它应该是就是人为的给它创造了让这个蔬菜水果能够在这样子的环境下长成的一个条件。但是这样子它其实是违反自然规律的。那我会更愿意去选择，就是我只吃那个季节的东西。
我觉得它应该是它的这个土壤环境，包括它那个草原的环境、土地的环境应该是比较好的。那么首先我想到了这个美国，应该它是有这个大规模的这个农业的这个技术，那可能它的这个水果是大规模的规范的种植的，那可能对于水果来说应该也是有这个技术上的优势吧。另外的话，可能它也没有什么添加的激素啊，过多的这个农药啊，可能水果更天然，营养更好。
像平时周一至周五的工作日的话，像我自己有我自己的工作安排，孩子也有他自己学习安排，然后有很多，特别是孩子学习的东西是需要每一天都进行练习的，所以时间就安排的比较满。然后为了帮助他养成一个每天坚持的习惯，我就做了一个这样的一个计划表，就是每天坚持10分钟 从周一到周五，我们周末就全部拿来一家人休息玩，然后平时的话，他就需要做数学的计算，然后背英语的单词，然后还会坚持英文的原文的阅读。然后当然希望他练字啊，但是实际上就是练习书写，但实际上不能够保证。
我觉得品牌代表的是它一种品质吧和质量的一个保障，就不管是从产地啊，还有它的土壤啊，还有它当地的那个环境啊、阳光啊之类，我觉得可以产出一种就是比较有价值的这么一种果子。品牌就直接是相当于是它的一个标签儿，就像汽车一样，人们提到的什么宝马、奔驰、奥迪这种，就可想而知它的品质是非常好的，就对它果实的一切是一种很有力的一个保障。
可以是就是像一次性的咔的那种，就是打开，然后给人一种仪式感，也是给别人一种感觉，就是说，我的水果从出品到你打开是全程都是新鲜保证的，然后从你打开那一刻，你可以吃到的是营养，可以吃到的是新鲜的这种感觉。
我会很放松啊，因为一天时间下来的话，你已经到了晚上了，你已经放松了很多了，所有的事情你都放松了，然后你就会，我会躺在那里，然后躺在儿子的就是脚旁边，然后我的脚会放在我老婆那一边，然后我就会很轻松的在那享受我自己喜欢吃的水果，就比较很融洽吧，就是关系就觉得这样子会很舒服啊，然后整个状态就觉得很幸福啊。
Okay, now what I'm going to do is just go through each of these consumers and give you some insights into the market. So the importance of the seasons. Okay, now what we're seeing in other parallel categories such as cosmetics, exactly the same thing. It's a strong story about ingredients and the environments in which those ingredients come from. You can see this is very, very visceral in terms of packaging and also in terms of communication. Great news for table grapes is that luxury is also communicating in exactly the same way. It's the only market in which luxury launches itself according to seasons, physical natural seasons in China. So, for example, cars are launched in forests or in different places. This connection or this refreshment through different seasons. Okay, so Monsieur, now this is a clip that was one of my favorites where she's such a lovely lady, but at the same time she's got her inner tiger mum. And she's getting her poor young son. He was looking at me while I was filming. He was going, "No, I have to do so much." But, you know, he was a really bright, you know, he was still playing soccer. But there's this emphasis on it in a really competitive society. Now, what's really important is when Chinese families go to the supermarket, it is part of this education. When I've measured how much time that families spend in a supermarket, often an hour and a half, at least half an hour is in the fresh produce section, and the parents are going through one by one, telling the children where the fruit is from, how it is grown, etc., so that they have a greater connection to nature. Remember, a lot of these kids grew up during COVID, so did not have that connection with outdoors and with nature. Also, something really important here is, this is why packaging is so important. When you go to Chinese homes, they're almost like museums, where they are curated with the packaging of international products. Now, this is not to show off to other people. It is to create an environment within the house which is truly international and truly middle class. And that includes the way that fruit, including grapes, is shown in the home. Okay, now here, it's probably the only market in the world where people talk about soil. They talk about soil without me prompting them, because there is this idea that fruit and the quality of fruit comes from the ecosystem and also from the quality of the soil. Now, one of the reasons for this is that on social media, our super mums are looking at these photos of soil pollution and strange colours, and they're just going, ah! And this is another question why they're buying international fruit. They want to avoid the possibility that the fruit is part of this compromised ecosystem. Now, why do Chinese consumers talk about soil? It's because of traditional Chinese medicine, which is what people have grown up with. And that is all about how to get the best ingredients, the purest ingredients from the best places. So this is almost their mindset when they are considering fruit. It is basically a TCM, or a Chinese traditional medicine mindset. Now, something that is really important and quite unbelievable is 5 years ago in China, I've done many projects for supplement brands in New Zealand and Australia, like vitamin C and collagen, and consumers in their mid-20s would be consuming up to 20 supplements a day. Very healthy folks just going every morning. That was their breakfast. This has changed in the last 2 or 3 years, where the supplements are being changed back to real foods, back to fruit. So there's almost a reinvestment occurring by the consumers to make things more real or more natural. But the amount that they are spending in supplements is being rediverted into fruits, which is also very important. And of course, there is this idea of scientific eating. So when I talk to middle-class consumers, they're literally planning out every meal, and they're looking exactly at the nutritional quality or what is in the food and planning exactly what their nutrition will be. So this is also a real opportunity for grapes as well. Also, we're starting to see a complete change in the type of meals. So usually, traditionally in China, there were 3 big meals. Now there is truly this widespread trend of modern snacking. So you've got Buddha bowls, you've got preparations of fresh food at home, you've got increasing levels of vegetarianism as well. Okay, now why is packaging important for Miss Zhang in Shanghai? Now, I think it's very important that we get the starting point right for table grapes in China. Chinese consumers do not think about grapes as food. They think about it almost like luxury products. So they are actually looking at this as an idea in terms of culture. I am enjoying a higher level of culture. It's also an important part of a new generation. So by consuming grapes and imported fruit, this is also a key symbol of a change in generation for these young families, because their diets are fundamentally different from the generations before. Okay, now here's something a little bit romantic. Whenever I look at table grapes on Chinese social media, I always see these really sort of almost idyllic or magical images. Exactly how the fruit is being picked, in what location. Now that also suggests that we're operating at a higher premium level, and that's an important sort of starting point. So say, for instance, images like this as well, where there's something very pure, almost a Disney moment, which is associated to table grapes. Okay, now, if you talk to me after this, I'll keep going on about brands, because that's what I believe that Chinese consumers really need. Now, why do they need brands more than any other market? It's because they fully accept they're not experts. And one of the most important things is that the current generation in China are the first to have modern consumption. They cannot talk to their parents about the same products. They are discovering things on their own terms. So they need brands as a guide to this. And also brands are so important because they give people status. You will have heard of this term face, but I like to call it face 2.0 because it's become slightly more sophisticated. It's the clothes you wear, but also just as much about the products in your fridge. Now, I think this really demonstrates it. So this is a popular social influencer in China who is trying to help people to understand grapes. And they say, well, look, it's just like luxury. This is the Prada. This is the Dior. And this is very, very popular because this makes sense in terms of, as I said, the starting point or the way that people think about grapes in China. Okay, now I've been in China a long time, 25 years, and I still wonder why there are not brands in many categories, but particularly in horticulture. Now, one of the reasons for this is we have a lot more local grapes, and this is being driven primarily through e-commerce. And it's not sophisticated, and it's small businesses. It's not organized, it's not branded. That's very important. Also, when you go to Chinese supermarkets, you do not see a clear sense of brand in the produce section, and particularly with grapes, you do not see clear distinctions in terms of brands. Also, something that is affecting is the marketing of the varieties is actually preventing the creation of brands, because everyone can have Autumn Crisp. The Australians can have it, we can have it, anyone can have it. So it prevents this idea of creating individual brands. So once again, you still have a highly unbranded category. And also, when I look at the way in which grapes are communicated, it's very, very simple. It's people crushing a grape in front as part of a social media reel. It's ripping the grapes open. There's nothing sophisticated in terms of that level of branding. Okay, so when we look at horticultural brands, I would say the only brand that has 100% recognition amongst the Chinese middle class is Zespri. So people know the brand, they know exactly, and they also associate that with a price. Then we have some other brands, Sunkist, Dole, and Chiquita, which are known, but there is no real emotional connection to these brands. And then you have some up-and-comers, so Rocket and Driscoll, who have started to invest more in the market. Okay, now let's have a look at a competition. Is our competition this guy? Possibly, but let's have a look at our international competitors. Okay, so in the United States, as one of the consumers had said, they associate the United States with a greater level of scale, particularly in agriculture. Is that true? Perhaps, perhaps not. But it is important in terms of Chile and Peru being able to communicate this idea of scale and competence in terms of produce. I think it's a very important part of communication. Now, in Australia, they have a real advantage because the country is associated with natural products. So a lot of the top-selling supplements into China are of Australian origin. Japan is a really interesting example because there is not a high volume of Japanese grapes in China, but they always command a much higher price because they invest heavily into packaging. So they're considered the premium benchmark in the market. South Africa, I'm a New Zealander, so I've got nothing good to say about South Africa because I love rugby. Nobody knows South Africa, but that might not stay the same. So we've got to get in there and create brands before South African volume floods the market. Also, another increasing possibility is increasing exports from Brazil because of the relationship with the BRICS. So Lula and Xi are becoming good mates. That could increase volumes of Brazilian grapes into China. Okay. Now, I would say that people, when they buy grapes from Peru or Chile, they know, but do they actually know anything about Chile and Peru? I'm going to step back and say, sorry, no, they do not. And that is the challenge we face. We must create specific perceptions, understandings, and engagement with our particular countries and our particular ecosystems. So together, we should be able to actually lead the world, or lead in China, the category of table grapes. We're doing some really great things. So here is an example of an activity on Jingdong, which was very successful, but it only increased the volume. It did not increase the knowledge or understanding of Chilean grapes. That is what the next challenge is. Okay, so we just need to think about this idea of differentiation. We need to think about this more clearly. Now, I like to simplify this by saying Chinese whispers. Each brand should have 3 kinds of Chinese whispers to create that conversation with the super mums. One of them is geography, the other is culture, and the other is a level of local relevance. So just having a look here. So when I say geography, it is not we have mountains. It is we have mountains that create an ecosystem which creates the best grapes or produce in the world. You've got to go deeper to be able to communicate that idea of geographic advantage. The second one is cultural. It is essentially who we are and how we create. How do we do it differently? And from those examples earlier on, how do we do that in a way which cannot be compared to competitors in other countries? It is uniquely Chilean or uniquely Peruvian. Okay, now we've got some serious advantages which we can see directly from Monticello. It's the mountains. Chinese love mountains. They really love mountains. Why do they love mountains? Because it is a core part of their spirituality, going back to Buddhism. And one of the most popular forms of travel is to get in a four-wheel drive with your mates and drive all the way to Tibet and take a photo in front of a mountain. It's like a huge bucket list moment for lots of young Chinese. So what we should do, what we need to do, is actually create the Andes not as a symbol, but actually as a core part or a base of our communication towards Chinese consumers. And as we can see, all of our ecosystems that support our table grapes here are created, in a sense, by the Andes. There is a water source. There is a type of soil, volcanic soil, different types of soils. These are the stories that Chinese consumers really want to know about. Also, in terms of culture, so there have been a major change in China recently where Chinese have started to look back. So this obsession with being more developed and being more modern, they're turning back to traditional ideas. So they're looking at traditional communities, they're looking at traditional ways in which traditional crafts, the way that things are made, looking at traditional agriculture. So these are also important stories that we need to build into our approach. Now, the last one, which I can't really give away too many trade secrets, because that's essentially what I do. I go and hang out with the Chinese consumers and figure this out. But each brand needs to identify a clear occasion. You can't just be a food commodity. You need to be attached to an actual occasion. You need to have particular value to the family. So there is one particular occasion that the Chilean and the Peruvian industries could own, and I'll help you. After school. After school. What happens after school? The kids get picked up by their grandparents and the grandparents give the kids chocolates. They don't tell the parents because the parents would be horrified if this happened. Then the children come home and they're presented with food that they don't eat because they've just eaten chocolate. This is a huge challenge for these middle-class families, where they want to introduce something sweet, but also something healthy. In an ideal world, the grandparents would come running to the school gates with Chilean or Peruvian grapes. This is one of the most important meals, and it's where nutrition falls down for a lot of these families. So just in summary, it's geography, but it's not symbolism. It's about ecosystems. Then it is about a certain tradition or a way that we're doing things. Now, this can be about indigenous culture. It can be about family traditions. It can be about your philosophy. What do grapes mean to you? What does the land mean to you in the future? And also there is key messaging there around sustainability as well. Now, just a quick message is, people have asked me about digital in China, and I'm just going to say, make it super duper simple. Packaging with a QR code linked to Little Red Book, and then find an intuitive way to fill your Little Red Book account with engaging content about that is unique to your brand. Okay, it's a very simple way. It's not, you don't need to be on all platforms in China. Just keep it super simple and create that circular effect. And please, 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 make sure that you create a Chinese name. Because if you do not create a Chinese name, no one can talk about you. So you might see Chinese consumers who speak English well, but they will never speak English to their close friends about new products. They're always going to do that in Chinese. And of course, with a Chinese name, then people can search for you on social media as well, which is absolutely essential. So in a short amount of time, I would basically get my New Zealand passport, I would burn it, and ask for a Chilean passport so I could help both Chile and Peru get to a number one position in the China market. So let's go. And some great achievements for our athletes.
Muchas gracias, Jerry. La verdad es que después de estas dos presentaciones increíbles.
After these two amazing presentations, we don't have more than just to invite you to go for a brunch. I want to ask you, so go and watch the stands and to know each of them more deeply. Thank you. We will start again at 2 p.m. with the analysis of their agricultural service about the system approach. Thank you.
Invitamos a los asistentes a acercarse al plenario. Comenzaremos con la presentación que analizará el System Approach para Chile en breves segundos. Ya. Invitamos a los asistentes a acercarse al plenario. Comenzaremos la charla sobre el System Approach en breves instantes.
Aló. Estimados, los invitamos a ingresar al plenario general, ya que vamos a dar inicio al panel System Approach para Chile, un nuevo esquema y nuevas oportunidades, a cargo del señor Rodrigo Barra, jefe del Departamento de Regulación y Certificación Fitosanitaria, SAC. Los invitamos entonces porque estamos a punto de comenzar con este nuevo panel. Queremos agradecer también a portalfrutícola.com, quienes fueron los auspiciadores del exquisito brunch que acabamos de disfrutar. Estamos a un minuto de comenzar entonces con nuestro próximo panel, System Approach para Chile, un nuevo esquema y nuevo...
Approach panel. Rodrigo Barra is the one who's going to give this talk. After that, we're going to continue with the analysis panel of the target markets of the grape. And in here we all have a panel of exporters and consumers in the target market. We invite you all to enter the hall so we can begin with the next part of the Global Grape Convention. Now we will begin the presentation of the system approach for Chile. A new schemes and new opportunities. This presentation will be in charge of Rodrigo Barra, who is head of the Department of Phytosanitary Regulation and Certification. Rodrigo Barra is an agronomical engineer of the University of Chile. In its labor, he is leader and supervisor of the studies for the improvement of the certification of products of exportation under international standards, just like see that every rule and accomplishment is made to guarantee the phytosanitary place of the country. Rodrigo, you can take the floor. An applause, please. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank the organization for the invitation to this event. It's quite important for the Chilean agriculture. It's an opportunity to exchange experiences and to see what comes for us in the future when it comes to the table grape. I have to talk about a topic that is really important in the last few weeks for us, anew, if you can call it some way, and it's the authorization of the system approach of table grape for the US. Given that it was good news, many people has asked me what is a system approach. What is that, right? Well, in simple words, it's a system. And it has a definition that it's given by the Convention of the Phytosanitary Convention, that it's an organization in which Chile is part of, alongside with many other countries, and we have commercial relationships with them, and phytosanitary diplomacies. It's defined as the interaction of different measures for the plagues, for the management of plagues, and they have to act in different ways. With them, we can achieve a level of protection against the plagues. So, at least two of the measures, when you sum them, they generate the appropriate level of protection. And in that way, we have the guarantee to the exporter country that the fruit is free of plagues. Some of the characteristics of what is a system approach: it is based on a norm, an international norm of phytosanitary measures number 14, and it gives us the way and the path to elaborate a system and a focus. It combines different measures that, joined together, achieve a level of protection that is adequate. This system is an alternative that is given a more restrictive level, and even it has allowed to open new markets in where we were prohibited to export. It offers the opportunity to alternate procedures that happen on the harvest and post-harvest. And in Chile, we have a wide experience with system approach. For example, when it comes to citrus for the US, or kiwis or cherries, we have the same things for the table grape for Brazil. And we have talked with many countries with the system approach. For example, different types of lemons that comes from Mexico, and they needed some approval too. It's a system that is used widely in different countries. In our case, we have experience, so it's not something weird or foreign for us. We have different measures that we can have. It's not necessary to implement all of them, but with the negotiations that we have with different countries, we can do this in different process. For example, we can use some things in pre-harvest, how we handle the field. When it comes to harvest, for example, when we can harvest products when they are not mature. In the case of the lemons, they say that it's better if we harvest them when they are not ripe. And when it comes to treatment post-harvest, we do have some things that we can implement too, in cold manners and the phytosanitary implementation. Now, some considerations of this system approach of table grape. As you can see, it's a process that was really long. It took us more than 20 years. We started this in the 2000s, and it was focused when it comes to, in 2008, we tried to put this plague that you can see here on the screen, and it was implemented on the system. In these years, we have had some events that can mean a whole day talk, but the past July 19 the norm was published in the register, and that gave us the go to implement this system. Now, where can we reach with this? It puts some some mitigations levels against 2 plagues. So we can export grape table from 3 regions, that it's Atacama, Coquimbo, and part of Valparaíso. We have to say that when it comes to Lobesia lana, it has to be of low prevalence, and with Brevipulpus chilensis needs to be of high prevalence. We need a free area for Lobesia and low prevalence for Brevipulpus chilensis. All the growers that wants to participate from here needs to register their own production areas on SAC. And when it comes to Lobesia, we need to analyze the whole area, but with the other plague, it's just some parts. You need to follow the directions that are given in the program, national program of Lobesia botana. And right now we are focusing a process of discussion again with APHIS in a work plan that it's going to define the lines for the system approach. We are in a stage where we're not so sure about their answer, but we are hoping to have the real answer by August, by the end of August. Now, to give you a little spoiler, what are the components of this work? We have some definitions that are the technical terminology that composes this plan, the critical points of control, which one are the participants from growers to exporters, going through SACs and APHIS, the agreements that are relevant for this with the US norm, which one are the roles and the responsibility of the participants, the specific procedures, that starts on the crops and to the exportation of the product, and what are the actions of correction when things are not done correctly, and the revision and evaluation of the system, because it requires a modification and evaluations all the way through. This revision and evaluation are made alongside with SAC and APHIS Chile. Now, going back to the system approach thing, when it comes to the management of the crops, these free properties, we find them, for example, in Atacama, at the end of the season, we find them in 5,600 hectares approximately. And that means that we have 220 properties. In the Coquimbo region, in the 3 places we have around 6,000 hectares that are fields free from Lobesia botana, and we can find them in Limarí and Choapa. In Choapa, we have a lower amount because it's an area that doesn't produce that much. And in Valparaíso, we have a lower percentage, around 8 or 10% of the surface of table grape. It's free from Lobesia botana, and most of them are in San Felipe. around 35 properties. The fields. We have a new season where we can have this surface and think to grow the procedures. Now, when it comes to fields of the management of Lobesia botana, we have 3 terms. That's an area free of plagues, and this is through scientific evidence with SAG. We use traps, and that help us to outline a free area of plagues. The second thing, it's an area that it's regulated by Lobesia botana. In here we have different crops of Lobesia botana that has, and when it comes to the table grape, it's
with 1 or 2 cycles of a plague, or detection of one immature status, whether egg, larvae, pupa, regarding the feeding of the fruit with the species. The other kind of outbreak is for the case of blueberries and plums. There is only one outbreak when there is one detection of one immature states related to fruit of the species. Why do I indicate blueberries, although it is not related to the system? Because if we've got detections of an outbreak in blueberries, the regulated area, including table grape orchards, they are also incorporated. The other outbreak, the third, is in urban areas, as you note. If the central area in particular is typical to have fruit trees at homes, some table grape, some table grape plants, detection of 5 adults in plants of Lobesia botana or in an immature status, it means an outbreak. Obviously, if during the season we have different detection, this means an increase of the regulated area and control area. In case of detection of an outbreak, the field that was free is excluded in a 3-kilometer radius. If in a free surface one outbreak appears, every field 3 kilometers around are excluded for the system approach, but this could be reintroduced. And what are the 2 options for reintroduction? If the outbreak is because the detection of an adult, only adults, there must be 1 year without adult detection. Now, if the outbreak it is because of detection of an immature state, there must be 2 years without any detection. In the case of the 3rd year, they might be introduced for the system approach. It is important to mention that fields in free areas cannot be used as control strategy in the use of sexual control. Now, there are 2 activities to highlight in what is must be done for system approach. The first is a visual prospection that in this case will be performed by external certified companies for these services. That could be the same laboratories doing system approach for other species, and it is about going around the field inspecting racemes in the trees, and it must be 1 or 2 days prior to harvest. The second is traps that are inspected by SAG that are installed now in August, and the reading procedure starts in September. Our traps are in place until after harvesting, more or less in March and April, depending the area. And the other measures that are taken, but because of the other plague, which is Banco Chilensis, is something similar that it's done for other system approach where production sites are certified as low prevalence through a sampling that is also made by an external third party which is certified by SAG. They do a sampling, not an inspection, but they have to take a sample of 100 bunches prior to harvesting between 1 to 30 days, and these bunches are taken to laboratories of these companies. They apply a technique of washing per dragging. That technique allows to certify whether they are free or not of the plague. If they are free of biopurpose, that production field is marked in with a blue that has a blue strip that must be put in the boxes, and the ones that are positive must be put a red tag. Those with a red tag cannot be candidates for system approach, but they have to go to fumigation. But the orchard production must be affected, not the full field. In harvesting all measurements, safeguard measurement has to be taken to move the fruit to the packaging station. Another important point to mention is the operational part that takes place in packing plants. Packing plants must be authorized by SAG and APHIS, and this authorization is valid for 1 season. Every season they have to be reauthorized. Packing must be performed in a packing plant, an insect-proof packing plant with safeguard measures. This means that packing cannot be opened, they must be closed, and that way packings under palm cannot apply, under vines cannot apply to system approach. In general terms, these are closed packings. The packing line must be exclusive for fruit with system approach. If I've got a packing with only one line, I can only process in 1 day system approach fruit. The next day I can process fruit without system approach. If I have 2 packing lines, in one I may pack fruit with system approach and the other without system approach, but between both lines I have to have isolation, is full isolation, putting some sort of grid, for instance, from floor to ceiling, from wall to wall. It is important to maintain traceability of the fruit along the whole chain, not only in packing. And well, once the fruit is packed, the regular guidelines of the pre-shipping program in SAG, US, SOS are followed, which is applied for other species too. What mainly means that fruit is sampled in the facilities to send this sample to an inspection facility. In this inspection facility, the phytosanitary inspection itself takes place. Outbreaks, the remaining lots in plant must be safeguarded in chill chambers, waiting for the results of the phytosanitary inspection. In these inspection sites, besides visual inspections, as it can be seen on the picture, per each sample, 29 bunches are taken and they are applied the technique of washing by dragging. Lots that are approved without detection of Wrape purpose or without detection of Lovatia could be dispatched to the output or the exit point. In the case of rejected lots, in order to apply that lot to the American market, must be fumigated in origin. Then the remaining boxes, the upcoming boxes or lots, could be fumigated in origin or in the United States. here it is important that we cannot have Lovicia detections in inspection sites. Then, because we understand it is coming from free fields, we must be able to detect Lovicia in orchards. Now, what can be concluded from this system approach we are implementing? Well, the operational working plan is still missing, which is well advanced. We're waiting for the approval, and therefore there will be lots of advertising together with EFIs for growers and exporters about the implementation of this operational plan. The implementation of this system approach requires comprehensive collaborations among all the stakeholders in the process. That's key in order to be successful. It is necessary to perform trainings about this system approach, not only for growers but for the whole chain. We also must manage in a suitable manner the involved personnel, people required not only in the public scope but also in the private sector. We require investments in infrastructure. As you well know, packing stations require safeguard measurements. Also, storage and inspection sites are required. Currently, there is one inspection site in Coquimbo that an enhancement took place. Another inspection site is being made available in Copiapó. For the case of Valparaiso, the inspection site of CIAL is available in Valparaiso. It is important that one critical point is traceability. And it requires permanent supervision by us, but also by EFIS. This is a work we've always done together and has given good results. This system approach is also the base to implement a system approach for table grape for Mexico. Last season made a pilot in the Coquimbo region. This pilot started a little bit late because the negotiations led that in January the pilot was that's why the amount of machines that added were not enough. But it was successful. We didn't have plague detection, quarantine plague detections in Mexico, and we want to repeat this in Mexico, but not only for the Coquimbo region, but also for the Atacama and Valparaiso regions. For that, we are in negotiations with our colleagues from Senacisa from Mexico, and hopefully we have good news very soon in order to join one extra site, but as a pilot for the Mexican market. Now, what we can see in the horizon, both in the mid and the long run, it is important to keep on giving phytosanitary safety to exporting countries. This system approach gives us lots of opportunities, but it is necessary to work this well, that all stakeholders put their biggest efforts for this to be successful, and this way we can consolidate the system approach as a phytosanitary measure, a successful measure, and alternative to more restrictive ways. What we can see in the horizon is being able to enhance this system approach to other areas and regions, which is not an easy task, because the main requirement is that fields to be free of Lovicia botania, and that's a measure, let's say, that takes a lot of work and resources, but it's being worked in parallel in being able to consider this. Nevertheless, I would like to point out that in this season we must approach on doing a good system approach with the regions and orchards that are already authorized. That's my presentation. My email address is there for questions, and thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. He left his email address. A good opportunity if you have questions to keep in touch with him later on. Okay, next, a group of leaders from our industry, composed by importers and retail buyers, will analyze together the challenges grape faces in destination markets. They will also analyze together the challenges and path that will allow to increase demand in those markets. We invite Mrs. Maria Eugenia Stanley to the stage, Mr. Tim Dyka, Mr. Marcial Hernandez, Mr. John Pandel, Mr. Matthew De Carlo, and the moderator that will be in charge of Mr. Ivan Marambio to take over the control of this panel. There will be also connected remotely Mr. Paul Nealon, that could be seen on the screen soon. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce each of them. Maria Eugenia Stanley is the senior manager from Walmart, both for American markets as well as international markets, with a sound trajectory in management of fresh products. Maria Eugenia has implemented effective marketing strategies that strengthen Walmart offer and improve customer experience. Mr. Tim Dyka, he's CEO and founder of the Dyka Hackett Importing Company, one of the main retailers and club stores in the United States, as well as one of the many international receivers from more than 20 different countries. Mr. Marcial Hernandez, Marcial, we will have him on the stage pretty soon. He's Vice President of Provisioning and Operation of the Pacific Trailers Fruit Exporting Company. He's in charge of provisioning, operations, and quality control departments of the fruit divisions, encompassing grapes, cherries, stone fruits, and citrus. Mr. John Pandel, he is Director of Special Projects of Pandel Brothers Incorporated. John has more than 4 decades of experience in provisioning and selling of grapes. He has a minor of international businesses from the South California University and with international studies from the Chile Catholic University of Chile. Mr. Matthew Di Carlo, behind me, he is Executive Officer of Greatman Forest. Matt is an experienced executive with more than 30 years of experience in the direction of multinational agricultural companies of high growth. As a director and delegate councillor of Greatman Holding, has decisively contributed to push growth, profitability, and making growth the market share of the company. Finally, Mr. Paul Nealon, who's connected remotely. He's a retail industry specialist. He's a specialist in retail from the industry. He has more than 4 decades in the business of retailer grocery stores, and currently he's advising the sector on diverse issues such as trends and perspectives of customers, sustainability of resources and talent, and optimization of sales and merchandising. Paul spent most of his career in the fresh product industry and has been a very renowned lecturer in diverse panels and committee along his career in the United States. We invite the moderator, Mr. Ivan Marambio, to take over the panel. Ivan, please. Good afternoon. I'm not gonna lie to you, the topics will be repeated, but the answers won't. Because people in the panel are from trade. The trade has not been subject to questionings today yet, but what's coming, it's gonna be very interesting. I wanted to introduce them with a few data. First piece of data. If we take the volumes to the United States, overall volumes of fruits, not only grapes, if we take overall volumes to the United States within the last few years, we've decreased from more or less 1 million tons to 800,000 tons. It's 20% more or less decrease. If we take the FOB values we receive, the country receives in return from the United States, there is the dramatic issue. Practically $2 billion we've dropped to 1.4. That's the losses in the last year, mainly because what has happened with grapes and blueberries. Without further words, we are going to start the panel. I'm going to try to go from the more general to the more specific. I'm going to start with Maria Eugenia. Maria Eugenia, what do you think it's going to happen with the table grape industry in the future? Is it sustainable, this business of table grape, if we think about the volumes, the upcoming volumes, because higher volumes, as we've seen during the morning, are going to come? What do you think about this? First of all, thank you for the invitation. Yes, we see it could be a sustainable business in time. I think the most important today is in what way we are capable as an industry, both Peru and Chile, of growing and applying sustainable practices. In what sense? From the resources, water, soil, ground. Investing on technology is perhaps one of the commodities that are worked on in a very flat manner. Investment in technology is being seen in the last few years. Then I think it is a challenge to make this sustainable through technology. I also think the role of new varieties have made their work from the higher yield per hectare standpoint. Although this is responsibility of growers, there is also responsibility of the industry as a whole, that we see how to make a more sustainable business, thinking when the fruit reach to the origin. We have to manage looking at the production peaks, and when it arrives in the United States, how we are capable of handling and moving that fruit. If we are irresponsible and we maintain these peaks and fluctuations in the arrivals, what the industry does is to clog, is to create congestion on ports, storage, fumigation processes. Last year, for instance, a good example of what happened, I think they were not well handled, all the trend of the fruit that was in the middle, on the water. That makes, at the end of the day, the business not to be sustainable, to stop being sustainable. Because what this effect does is pushing prices down. And the worst is, this is more or less the approach from the retail, is thinking about end consumers. End consumers want eatable, edible grapes, fresh grapes. If we are not capable of delivering a fresh product, it's going to be difficult. Then the challenge, I think, to make this sustainable goes through purely handling volumes that are handled at arrival and the ability they have. Okay, thank you very much, Maria Eugenia. Tim. ¿Puedo entender? ¿Qué tan sostenible es el negocio
in the increase of the volume that we are expecting for the next years?
It's a great question, and I think it depends upon the individual's attitude towards the industry. If we continue to do things as an industry the same way that we're currently doing them, and it's probably not sustainable. The volumes that we're seeing in multiple countries of origin are significant. There are challenges that we face, and to continue to do things the same way is probably a mistake. However, I think we should take heart in what we heard today from Chris at Sarcana, what we heard from Jerry at The Solution. They had some truly outstanding insights into some great opportunities. We, in our organization, have submitted a trial subscription to Circana. I've spent the last 3 to 4 weeks looking at some of the data. There are so many things that we could be doing differently to expand our presence in the marketplace, and we intend to take the advice that we heard today from those two gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Paul, do you hear us? Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Paul, is the consumer aware of the origin? The consumer knows about if the origin is Chilean or Peruvian?
So I think the customer's main objective is to have a flavorful product, flavorful grapes, flavorful blueberries. Taste is the most important. So I don't think origin makes that much of a difference. When you look at the decision tree from a consumer, they want flavor, taste, sugar, eatability very first, and then the other things come into play after that. When you think about just from a sustainability standpoint, customers don't understand that. So they think sustainability is recycling. So when you look at countries that are doing sustainable products and selling sustainable products as a competitive edge, we need to do a better job explaining that to a customer.
Okay, thank you. Marcial, ¿qué piensas tú en cuanto al origen? ¿Es importante el origen? ¿Debemos aspirar?
Do we have to aspire to the origin, that consumers to know the origin? I always put the same example. Wine has been very successful in putting the origin as an value-added attribute in the marketing. It is so important, the difference with other products, for instance, with fruits, that when people buy wine, a bottle of wine, they are taking the country to their table. That doesn't happen with fruits. Is the origin important? What's the status of origin in consumers' awareness? Under current conditions, it is not. Nobody cares whether they are Peruvian, very respectfully, whether they are Peruvian, Chilean, or South African. What consumers are going to seek on stores are grapes. We're making huge efforts to try to sell mangoes through grapes, as well as sending tropical flavors through grapes, and what grapes need is being consistent and being with flavor. And it's been installed in some categories that perhaps today I heard from one of the lecturers about the size, the consistency, and it seems the flavor was the last feature. The question we have to ask ourselves about that is, who did that classification of features that fruits may have to create a concept we want to install here, which is eating velocity? What we have to achieve is people to buy grapes, but also to eat grapes. To get home, they pick up the 1 pound bag in 2 days, they eat it in 2 days, they come back to the store and buy again. The eating velocity is a concept we are not taking care of. When we put a huge 26 millimeter grape, a child is not going to eat that, or it eats it in three months. Who said that creating 24 or 26 pound varieties increase the consumption? I don't know. We have to make an exercise and putting children to eat grapes and figure out how fast they eat those grains. It was also mentioned the bottom candy. I call it the Taylor Swift of grapes. It's blunt, sweet, and other features. But the Taylor Swift of grapes, it's one. I think we're not going to repeat this. and it's been a fantastic region. I love what they did with this, thanks to the Taylor Swift, you know? I never understood that, but the cotton candy, I understand that better. The cotton candy has a particularity which is surprises. Flavor, in my opinion, is secondary. I'm going to give my reasons. My child is going to turn 6 and he eats a cotton candy bag in 2 days. Why does he eat it? Because it is sweet. He has not cognitive relationship with the cotton flavor Americans have. He was born in the United States, but he's not been immersed in the American culture. I eat a cotton candy bag very fast because it's sweet, it's yummy, but we want today is a sweet mesh. And what is the size of cotton candies? 20, 22 millimeters. That's, in my opinion, the perfect size. I've been 4 days in the hotel in Santiago and I've eaten grapes every day, and I add 3 or 4 spoons of yogurt and they don't have more than 17 millimeter size. This idea that we've been pushing the system in creating new things, I don't know if it's the solution. The solution we are seeking is making a flat flavor. No, not making the flavor flat. Is giving consistency along the season, the same with sizes, etc., etc., which is another good thing cotton candy did. It is sweet. Everybody put it in a pink package and they put a fantastic name that matches the flavor. That's what we have to copy, we have to do. Thank you, Marcel. John, what do you think about the main challenges to increase consumption of grapes? Well, we saw this in previous presentations. Lots of the consumption, whether grapes, blueberries, is concentrated in educational level and income levels upper hike. 10-20% that eats lots of fruit, lots of vegetables. There is the 10 or 20% bottom down that they never eat. We have a good penetration, 70%. Part of what we talk the economy. On top, there's no problem. They eat all the time, but people in the middle, they're eating bananas because they are cheap and apples because they have 1 month shelf life. I think one of the thing is the shelf life, and the shelf life is not part of our categories. We need to distribute things faster to customers for customers not to feel the loss of quality and textures on shelves. To me, that's perhaps one of the best things we could do. Freshness. Thank you, John. Matthew, what do you think about the same? What are the challenges to increase consumption of table grapes? I'm going to answer in English to
eternal optimism. I do think the business will continue to grow, consumption of grapes will continue. But my thoughts are very well aligned with what Tim said. If we stay on the same path that we are, and I'm probably answering the question more from the perspective of a California grower. The reality of the last 5 years has been characterized by far more cost inflation than price inflation, which is easy to do math. You don't need a PhD in economics to figure out that that lands you on a deterioration of margin. And currently, I think the sustainability, there's certainly going to be some companies and some origins of production which will be far more sustainable than others. And over my history, over my career, it's a pretty simple equation. Those companies which can deliver the product, can produce the product the cheapest and get it to destination the cheapest will grow in volume and market share. And those companies and origins that have higher costs will decrease in market share and volume. And so as we look at the next upcoming years, 4 or 5 years, I would say quite clearly that if we don't see some significant inflation in pricing in California, we've already gone through a lapse of 4 or 5 years with very little new plantings, and that will start to create gaps in production in the future, which will make us less well-positioned to service great customers like our friend Mario Eugenia here. But that being said, some of the things that have really put us at least in a fightable position at this point is increased yields from genetics. So kind of also addressing some of the things that John said, I'm certainly hoping that the next evolution of genetics incorporates improvements in shelf life, what I would call mildew resistance, bug resistance. And if we don't see some advances, at least in pricing to growers, I think that, yeah, there's certainly some victims of future economics.
Okay, thank you.
Disculpa, me gustaría agregar algo.
Sorry, I would like to add something. I think consistency of the product today is key, because if you compare with a customer that is going to buy a grape or an apple, perhaps it's much more consistent. Organically speaking, it's much more consistent. And today with online sales, we expect buying grapes and that arrive home and having the same experience than the previous week. In grapes, that doesn't happen. You have variability of what the in quality is, what we were talking about, sugar, texture, and it is usually given by the freshness of the fruit. Then today the trend of buying online is key. If we are not capable of delivering a consistent product, I don't think, and there is also the concept that customers are origin agnostic. In grapes, it is an existence. What you want is green, black, red, and special grapes. You are not looking for Peruvian grapes or Chilean grapes. I think we, as industry, should be responsible for South America to have consistency in grapes, working on varieties, looking at the corresponding parameters, because competing, as you said earlier, seeking a size that perhaps we push to have it is not the suitable way. We have to look for what makes sense, and actually looking for our customers in the US to repeat buying. We're losing opportunities because we are not being consistent. Okay, thank you. Tim. En la mañana hablábamos de variedades.
Found out that we are planting more than 150 varieties, new varieties. What do you think is the role of the trade on this? What is the responsibility of this, of the 150 varieties, of the trade?
I think we have to make our decisions based upon what the consumer is looking for, what the consumer is telling us, and looking at these 150 or 155 varieties and determining whether or not it meets their expectations. And those varieties that don't meet those expectations, we shouldn't be considering them. Some people in this room look at this business as a commodity business. And others of us look at it as an opportunity to satisfy the consumer for what it is that they're looking for, and I think that's the approach that we need to take moving forward. So you could have 400 new varieties, but there might only be 10 or 15 that meet what the consumer is looking for. And the consumer is telling us what they're looking for. Chris, again, at Sarcana today, told us what some of those attributes are that the consumer is looking for.
Okay, thank you. Paul, same question?
Yes, I think there is an opportunity when you look at the generations on what they are expecting from their grape experience. And when you look at your older generation, they're expecting the reds and the greens and the blacks. And when you look at the newer generation, in order to create a new revenue stream within the category, I think that's when you look into the varietals like the cotton candies and like the different the varieties within the varietals. I think overall, if you have too many varieties, it confuses the customer and it gives that inconsistency that's been talked about to the customer, and that could result in a turnoff. So they're expecting something, they get something else, and then they will not come back and purchase again. In addition to that, I do believe that some limited time offer varieties certainly help customers. So that creates a demand. The customer knows when the limited time varieties come out, and they wait for that. And then when it does come out, it creates a urgency to get those grapes at that particular time. So I think there's having too much assortment does confuse the customer. But I do believe if you have the right assortment out there, as Tim mentioned, the right time, then you will win.
Thank you. Marcial, esta temporada
Thank you.
vimos una cosa.
Marcial, during this season we saw something was very particular, very good. We could move all the fruit at high prices during the whole season practically. Do you think that could be repeated in the future? Can we maintain that? Yes. If you put not more than 3.5 million boxes a week in the market, if we exceed from 3.5 million boxes, if we are close to the band of 20.5 in prices, unless we do something about consumption. Consumption is very well defined in terms of boxes. We know at least what the American markets can eat, and with high prices, it has to be up to 3 million. 3.5, they work very well. 4 in 2 consecutive weeks, we start generating a stock accumulation. Now, we've simplified in the number of boxes, but the opportunities for growth we can generate in consumption are huge. And there we have to highlight the investment in marketing for us to investing less than $1 per ton in marketing in an industry that in only 2 producing companies over 150 million boxes is quite concerning. We have to make investments there. We have to start identifying, really, we talk about a lot about consumers, but in my opinion, the ones who make decisions today on behalf of consumers are buyers. Our buyers, wholesale buyers, decide they want to have a Cyclop or Autumn Street on stores or street celebration or whatever, and they are seeking for their margin, the interest of their business, and what buyers measure on stores is trade percentage, how much fruit they are going to lose on store because of shelf life. Varieties such as Autumn that create instability not only in flavor consistency, it has a better shelf life, and that makes other varieties to be put aside. How do we solve that? Well, matching varieties in terms of consistency of breaks. So because to me, the story is about breaks of sugar. And I would be told many stories of breaks of flavors, and we have 4 or 5 varieties of flavors that have had 0 results. New customers, when they go to the store, they are not thinking about putting in front of the shelf of grapes and seeing this grape is going to be a mango flavor or tropical flowers flavor. We want grapes, and when you are going to buy bananas, you want bananas. Then the challenge is on how to make people to eat more grapes and to eat them faster. John, the same question, but with a twist. Taking into consideration what Marcial says, but despite everything that happened this season, the last season, the law in the United States, the low production in Peru, despite of that, more grapes were sold in the US than previous year. That was a disaster with high prices. When I had the opportunity as well as having close data, if we compare the last 12 months with Peru, Uruguay, California, 6 months of problem of vendors, and you compare with 2022, let's say if we have 2 weeks, yeah, In terms of money, we sold about 15% more. In tons, we sold almost the same amount. It is curious that if we see what was shipped to the US, there is much more loss that we are not accounted for. I am Before we were talking about increasing demand, we need we need to define what demand actually is. If it in the United States is this amount a week in certain ways, looking at the competition with other products, and that also makes an impact. At the end of the day, we see our breeders, all of them are working on cherries. There is nothing cannibalizing the grape the grape businesses, but cherries. They are sold in July. July is a very low month. The very same that are selling new varieties will be taking demand from us because they are selling cherries in the same season. There are two axes in demand. One is money and the other is volume. And I think the problem we have to focus is the money and not volume that much. Gracias. Matthew, dos preguntas. ¿Cuál es el impacto de la promoción? La primera y la segunda.
The promotions and decreasing the prices, because we often see at the retail level that the only way to promote our fruit is decreasing the prices.
Yeah, correct. I think what we're referring to there is the elasticity of demand function between volume and price. So AC Nielsen had done some studies which would indicate that a 10% decrease in volume would result in a 10% increase in price, right? Or vice versa. And so, retailers, in their effort to generate more sales revenue, year-over-year comp sales, of course, it's a benefit for them to lower the price and create more demand. In certain cases, that's very beneficial for us. That increases consumption, provides a more exposure to the grapes, gets it in the households more frequently. But I think what we're looking at here is also, are those promotions well-timed with the production cycle in the industry? And I've been doing this a long time, and as we've seen major retailers, Walmart, Kroger, Costco, spending hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars on category management software, analyzing scan data, what's really happened is most of these promotions are set by them and the merchandising teams. Back in the day, we used to have regional buying offices. And those regional buying offices kind of dialed into the production regions and knew when there was going to be a flush of product. And of course, they would, call back to the wherever the store is based out of, the corporate offices, and say, hey, I think we've got some great opportunities to do some promotions. Well, now we live in a reality where there's a complete and utter disconnect between when promotions are programmed with retailers and when the product is actually available. So time and time again, we see major promotions happening when there's a shortage of product, and we have no promotions when there's a significant amount of product. And that's only been exacerbated by the simple fact that as you consolidate a group of retailers, and that means that instead of, right now, let's just say that the top 5 retailers in the United States represent roughly 50% of the North American retail market. Let's assume also they represent about 50% of the sales of grapes. So when we do that, the likelihood of 5 companies being all on ad or all off ad at the same time is much greater than if there were 10 or 15 companies. So we're seeing, actually, I don't know about you, Tim, but I see a lot more volatility and a lot more disconnect. So the promotions are great, but I think what we really do is need to take a step back here as all major retailers have centralized their buying operations, somehow get them more out and more connected to the growers and not do a merchandising plan for the next 12 months, but let's do a merchandising plan for the next 6 weeks. And that way, at least in grapes, with the shelf life, it permits you to work in a 6-week time frame. I think we could create a much more even demand cycle which in the long run would benefit the sales of the retailers while also allowing us to maintain a little bit higher prices. I know that's a little complicated, a little technical, but that's the way I see the world.
Okay, thank you. Paul.
Iván, tengo un par de observaciones que me gustaría complementar con lo de...
I would like to complement with what's been said earlier. If we have the proper planning, promotions not necessarily have a negative impact on prices. The proper planning means being advanced to what is going to happen in 2 months. Earlier, there was a question, how in advance do we need to define a promotion? 6 weeks minimum. And I would say 8 weeks. If we can offer a retailer that consumes perhaps, and you perhaps may help me to debate or complement, or you may have a different view. If we are capable of offering a retail company a flat price along the season, stable, with good quality fruit, homogeneous even, and we tell them when they have to put more space on stores to make a promotion, they will do so without sacrificing the price they are paying that week. And today there are retailers doing that. If we are capable of planning on time, then planning is also key, something that was impossible to develop last season. It goes hand by hand with planning, and it goes hand by hand with a flatter price. We mustn't be afraid to the 30 or 32 if it give us consistency along the season. If we started at 36, let's not wait. We're going to run a promotion on February the 15th at the same 36. That won't work. We have to look for flat prices with promotions that shouldn't have an impact on price. When the price is impacted by a promotion, when we start to improvise, when we have 20 marketers in the industry calling the same retailer offering fruit because we have our coolers overcrowded. There we generate impact on prices. But if we had planned in advance, I think we can reduce that impact. Thank you, Marcia.
Do you see a relation between the movement and price of blueberries with the performance of the grapes?
I think when you look at berries as a whole, their frequency of promotion is much higher. From a retail perspective, retailers look at it because it's a cluttered category and it has multiple impulse sales within it as you look at it. Generally, retailers will put grapes on sale. Usually the whole category will go on sale or in promotion. The reality of it is right now, and the good news is those promotions don't have to be as deep as they were ever in the past. And I think there's opportunity to promote certain varietals and not others in the category and build sales and build margin and increase the revenue streams for the growers by leveling out the costs. Just as what was just said, if you gave a flat cost across an entire season and let the retailer play up and down, I think that would be certainly a challenge. I think it'd be more of a challenge from a retail standpoint because they wouldn't promote in the right places most likely. So I think the collaboration and the communication between the growers and the retail buyers definitely would be helpful to increase that and find a new way to elaborate on the season.
Thank you. Me gustaría para terminar
I'd like to wrap up the panel asking a question for all of you, the same question to all of you, and hopefully you could answer with the first thing coming to your mind. Para poder finalizar el panel, me gustaría
to all of you and to get the first thought that you have with that question. The question is, sorry. the question is, what do you think about a joint promotion between Chile and Peru? María Eugenia.
Yo creo que I think we must be capable to be seen as one entity. Only one entity. I insist. Origin agnostic. I think that's key. Tim?
Agree, but I wouldn't just limit myself to Peru and Chile. I would look much further than that. I would look to our friends from Brazil that are sitting in this crowd today. I would look to South Africa. I'd consider even Mexico. Mexico is starting to produce in some of the same time frames that the Southern Hemisphere is producing. There has to be a lot more collaboration industry-wide.
Matthew?
Same thing. I think all of us know fundamentally collaboration yields more value than fighting.
Thank you. Paul?
I think it's interesting question. I think as we talked about it at the beginning, the customer view of the grapes is they want good quality grapes. I think it would be an interesting collaboration.
Thank you. John?
Sorry, California gasta en promoción solamente la parte.
Spends in promotion only in North America and on research of health and promotion, trade relation, all those things. $10 to $12 million. The Chilean budget was $300,000 dedicated to grapes. If as it is said in English, we have to go big or go home. That's what we have to do in terms of money. Okay, Marcial, put everything you have. I know that what I was going to say was dangerous. Absolutely. This must be. We cannot do this alone. We cannot decide Chilean grapes are going to be best and better than Peruvian, and we're going to make promotion to the Peruvian more than the Chileans, because varieties are repeated with some different features at every region, but they are repeated. And we all have to persuade those consumers to consume more grapes. We have to join efforts. And I think it is fantastic, the idea of adding Brazil and Mexico, and why not California? Okay, thank you. We've got a couple of minutes. I don't know if there is any question by the audience for the panel, for the whole panel, from somebody specific in the panel. Hello, everyone. You said that the origin was not important. And I see you focus on the American market based on the speech by our English friend. I don't remember his name, but he showed the importance of getting to know who we are, our culture. There's a difference between Asian consumers and American consumers. Who wants to ask? I think culturally speaking, they are different. They are completely different countries. Cultures that are coming from the East and the West, and that makes the difference. I think we have to look at markets the way it should, one and the other in different ways. We must be capable of attending each market the way they should, taking into account their cultures. Around 15 years ago, they did a thing that was cool, country of level origin. That means all the products, fruit, vegetables, meats, fishes had to have their identification of country of origins, and those who promoted it was a protectionist measure. Actually, it didn't make a change, and we eat more fruits and vegetables from abroad, and obviously shellfish and fishes more than ever. Any other question? Oh, lo siento. I am the second place. The question. It is clear it is very important to forecast the fruit offer for the market to manage promotions and sales in a smart way. And that's very well done now for a whole campaign. But doing this per week is very difficult because there are many variables we cannot control. The weather, the decision-making process of buyers in each company to go to one market or to the other, then variations per week are difficult to forecast. I think, and please tell me if it could be done, the arrangement in the market, if we improve post-harvesting of grapes, life shell of grapes, storing fruit in a smart way, can you make that curve flat and make the sale better for everyone? That's the question. That's an excellent point. I would tell, out of every country, the only or the best of all that gave us data as importers is Peru. Congratulations, Manuel Isai. I don't know where is he, but when we talk Chile is the second, Mexico is a mess, and there are no data from California. But actually, this data you are talking about helps a lot to program sales and production peaks. As I said earlier, we have to coordinate promotions with productions, sales, and that's precisely the way we are going to know. Clearly, any person who's going to manage field knows there's a plan, and that plan is exactly what doesn't happen. But we can adjust that plan on the run. Peru, at least, has made a census. They said clearly data from private, 66% of participants, and to me, data from Peru are by far the best. Second, Chile, but we as Californians is a shame. We compare amongst ourselves, and I mean these four countries, it could be Brazil too, but a full season is overlapping with the other. If not as a whole grape industry, if we don't have that procurement during these 12 months, and not only to the American market, but also with the Asian and European markets, for importers and traders is key. Tim?
Complex topic because you have multiple countries of origin, you have shelf life expectations, you have market demand, you have better knowledge in some markets than others. But I think fundamentally, as a producer in the Southern Hemisphere that is targeting the North American market, specifically the United States, it's important that you're aligned with a partner, whoever that partner might be, that has knowledge of their customer base, what their customer demands are, and you're not just sending it to the market because you think the market might be good. They have to have a plan for your fruit. The fruit has to go to a specific customer, a specific retailer, and to quote-unquote play the spot market. Sometimes you're a winner, but often you're not. And those partnerships are critical because many of us up here on this stage are working with multiple countries of origin, and we have the responsibility to communicate to you as the producers on what we need and what we don't need. And if I need more from Peru and less from Chile, vice versa, Brazil, South Africa, that's incumbent upon me as a partner to you to communicate back.
Thank you. Marcial?
We don't have budget for batteries, but we are trying our best. Okay. It could be handled. It could be handled. Now, if you go out late, you can't. We lost weeks of promotion, but today varieties have the virtue that they could have, most of them, a good shelf life. Then you could sustain for 3 weeks in cooler if they are accumulated in general in the promotion, but without planning, it's a huge channel. But it could be handled. Thank you. You, Gustavo, had a question. The analysis we do is when we can program, we can schedule market. We were talking about 6 weeks to 8 weeks to have good communications with retailers, and that's perfect. And that in coordination, Chile, Peru, Mexico, Brazil, as many as possible, fantastic. I think that's very good. But every certain number of years, 2, 3 years, those who have more experience, I think it's almost statistical, we've got some problem in the destination market, whether problems, over offer problems, and so on. And here, this is the question. I am doing what I always criticize. I talk a lot and I never ask the question. The question: shouldn't we, or shouldn't the industry, the importing industry, have a spokesperson in front of retailers to transmit that information in a responsible way of what's going on when those stocks are being accumulated in Philadelphia in different parts? Because every importer does that, perhaps. But I think there is a responsibility of importers or distributors in the United States for some sort of organization, formal organization, that allows to pass that message through. I don't know if it is a silly question. No, I didn't come for that question. And I think it's risky from that standpoint, because I think it could be misused, that information. No matter somebody who has some accountability for the information, I think it goes against free competition. To me, I don't see that feasible. I would say individually, whether a regional of 100 supermarkets or a big one of 1,000, if have good communication with the vendor, they manage their customers. She's not responsible for selling the whole crop, but she's responsible for supplying her stores. There's one thing to remember. Thinking that we are very weak and having commodities and so on, the grocery stores or supermarkets sector in the United States is big, and there's a lot of competition. If you look at the earning calls, the financial reports, they say you have to have a lot of competition because everybody are dropping prices because there are political pressure, because their markets are very expensive. And then they are not responsible for selling our crops. They are responsible for supplying their customers. Then we also have to think on their behalf. Gustavo, I think that happens informally. There is a retailer I love, which is Aldi. I'm gonna put it as an example. I don't know if there is anybody from Aldi here. Aldi is very, very smart. They are nerds. They're collecting information from all those suppliers. Most of us in this panel, who are buyers, who are marketeers, we are part of Aldi programs, and Aldi has meeting with all of us in the same week. Then they receive the very same information from all of us. And actually, I know the word partner is well abused, but at the end of the day, we are trying to seek for the best result of growers. At the end of the day, we are part of the business. And I think that happens I would say bigger retailers such as I don't know whether I can name it, but there is one which is more difficult, which is not from the most well known, but it's more difficult because they don't like listening too much. But Costco also do very good planning and they have very good communication, which is cross-wide. Besides, they do this from the outgrower to us marketeers. Then, without having to create this organization, I think the communication is in place. And Walmart does it very well because they have their sourcing teams on site that, besides, they are complemented with importers very well. Then it's hazardous, as they said, in terms of creating this thing that could be seen as a monopolium, in particular in the United States, but individually speaking, it happens. Sorry. Fully agree with that comment. I think offices, for instance, us who have offices in different countries, gather information of what's going on in the origin market in order to have direct communication to buyers. In addition, as you said, it is also fed with the feedback received from importers. Then you make your own conclusions. But my initial comment, I said it is dangerous when you try to manage this from one single source that manages the others. That I wanted to clarify my point. Well, thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Paul. Lots of insight behind everything you have said. Hopefully, we could apply what you are commenting in our next campaigns. Thank you very much once again. A round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you so much. We have a little gift for all of you. And we're going to take a group picture. Guys, we have another presentation later, so please don't go.
Please don't go.
Now we invite Álvaro Luque, which is the CEO from Lawyers in Mexico, which is going to present the scheme that helped them to put the Oxca brand in Mexico. Okay, we're ready. First of all, thank you, Ignacio, and everyone who is here to give me the opportunity to tell you a little bit about avocados from Mexico. I know here in Chile you call it palta and they're aguacate, but I think we both understand. I think there must be some of you who love this fruit, but this is a marketing presentation, and I hope you like it and you understand why it's been so good for us, how and when we enter the USA market. Okay. First of all, why USA? I think you talked today throughout the day about how important USA market is, but we're going to put from a perspective from this presentation. First of all, it's a market that is huge. It's the third most largest market when it comes to economy, and it's really attracting, but it's the biggest publicity market in the world. Why that it's important for us? Because we have to need to have the context. What we have in mind when we say market is the market of the United States. There are more than 50 brands or companies that invest around $1 billion in publicity a year. And why is that important? Well, I always try to explain it when I do conference in USA when they ask me, but we have this huge, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry for that interruption. Really hope you can see the presentation. Okay, what I call the paradigm or of the market, it's that we put a lot of attention to the supply and we lack on the demand. And I've heard that today a lot. And that happens in the United States, you know. We put a lot of attention how do we cultivate and we do the crops, how we do the harvest. We are excellent when it comes to packaging and logistics and shipping. And at the end, we gave the product to the buyers in the supermarkets so that we can have the profits in those categories. Why? Because we don't pay attention on the demand, that it's where we should be competing. And why is this important? Well, when we think of a consumer, it's not a unique person, you know? It's not a person that comes to the to the buy point just to eat grapes. It's a consumer that has different decisions to take when it comes to buy. So when they are thinking in grapes or avocados or M&Ms and Cokes, Coca-Cola, all of that are the things that if we don't work in the marketing area, we're always going to have a disadvantage when it comes to these products. Because in the United States, sadly, this type of food it's very strong in the market. Sorry, we need to implement different programs so we can convince the buyers and consumers, so they can put more money in those things that in Coca-Cola or pizza or etc. Us in Avocados from Mexico, when we took the company and we were able to found it, we knew that it was that we wanted to make something bigger, something different with the products, and be able to generate another brand different from the ones that were already on the market in the US. And in that moment, we had challenges that were really important that we share with industry like yours. That when it comes to play in this market, you know, first of all, we don't have a brand. Well, we didn't have a brand by that time. Actually, in that picture, you can see that there is a brand sticker, but that is really difficult, mostly for us as Avocados from Mexico. Even years later of creating the company. Besides that, we don't have UPC codes, so we cannot separate ourselves from the origins. Like, for example, cookies or sodas, brands do. So we are running out of time to sell our products as soon as possible. So if we see it from the point of view of the client, we have a lot of problems because the client category in the United States are not used to handle marketing for fruits and vegetables. So the first thing and first problem that we have when we create marketing, it's the same buyer because they don't understand that the marketing is necessary to try to convince and try to compete. So they try to put us their own politics to us, and that doesn't help us at all. So from the point of view of the consumer, we also have barriers. Let's be honest, nobody wakes up in the morning saying, I'm going to go to the supermarket and I'm going to buy my favorite cucumbers, because that doesn't happen. So when we go to the supermarket and we see the cucumbers, the tomatoes, avocados, grapes, the consumer doesn't really think about brands. So we need to look for the consumer, give it a value to the avocado category, and to generate this value that we have. So when we started the company, we had different problems from the marketing problems. So we didn't have a brand that it was known on the US. We didn't have any kind of digital inversion. That was like 8 years ago. We were very late, actually. We didn't have a checkoff program that I will explain later. We couldn't innovate. We couldn't do nothing else but sell that product that you see there, that is just the fruit, the avocado. We didn't have marketing in packagings, nothing. I was the fifth employee that the company had. We didn't have a workforce by that time. We did have a high volume of avocados, though. 65% of the market in USA was ours, and that gave us a good start. But we had a serious marketing problem that it was only 20% of the market prefer avocados from Mexico. So we had a high control of the volume, but not much on the mind of the consumer. And that was a huge problem for us. We had the big challenge of transform the market with less than 1% of the consumer in the US. Besides all of that problems, we decided to move forward, and in 2014, we create the market as itself, and we became the first brand of fresh fruit to be announced in the Super Bowl in the United States. So that changed our history a lot. I will tell you more about that. By 2016, we were already competing around the best marketing competitions. We were participating with the brands, the most important brands in the US. We were among the first one that it was recognized by that time. And by 2017, we were already using new technologies like chatbots and education in the fruit and vegetable markets with the consumers. That actually we still do this by the time. By 2018, we were the first brand digital in the Super Bowl. I will also tell you how we did that. By 2019, we had what we call the Avocado Laboratory in the US. It was a culinary center. It was like our avocado university, if you can call it some way. By 2020, we already had a restaurant in Texas, Dallas. And by 2021, we had a concept of a fresh products in the principal and most important stadiums in the United States. And by 2023, we already have like 8 Super Bowls in our pockets, and we generated a lot for our brand by that time. And in 2020, we were designated as one of the best enterprises. And in 2021, we passed to be among the 50 more innovative companies in the world. And we were even winning TikTok when it comes to brand. So the big question is how? How is that a company with less than 1% that didn't have any chance and that didn't exist in any way, how we made it into the US? And I think there's 3 most important points that help us to develop that discipline and the work that we have done. The first one is the vision. When it comes to vision, I mean to understand where we come from, understand where we are standing as a company, why we exist. Every company has its own reason of why to stay exist. And much more important, where do we want to go? What is the path that we want to follow from now on? And that comes from our history, you know? I'm gonna tell you a bit. Started in 1997 when the avocado market started after 80 years, I think. The Mexican avocado was out of the market of the US. And in that moment, USA said, I'm not going to talk with 30,000 producers. You, as Mexican, needs to go to our table and present just one association. And that is the association that is going to talk with the US. And we, as Mexican, did it. And we create APM, which is, right now we have around 36,000 producers and 76 packings, sorry. Because the avocado market, it's our two groups. You know, we have these two groups that are really competitive one to another. And we create the APM in the 97. They start to create the market as promotion in the US. 4 years later, the government of the US took another decision that is really important, that defines that the avocado has to be a checkoff program, and that is liderated by the government, and it makes the shippers of the product and the growers to set some cents to a marketing program. When it comes to the avocado, it was around 2.5% sensory for the program. And USA create another association, which is MAHIA. It has importers from America. So all of them start to talk, and they were okay with using just one brand and to use the same logo, but they didn't talk a lot for many years. So it was very disorganized, and in 2012, they say, why don't we create a company? And that was the first time in the history of USA that our organizations that were foreigners create a company of marketing, and that's ours. We create this company that only had the checkoff of the Americans. It's one of the only ones that has it, and had the volunteers from Mexico in just one program from Mexico to create a product in the United States. We report to the APAM, MAHIA, and the government of the United States too. Needs to be approved by USDA from the United States. And the money is divided among those three companies. So it's a whole system that it's very unique, and that helped us to the great question of that time. So if you want to create this, and from one side we have growers and packings that are going to take care of cultivate the avocado, and on the other side I have importers that are going to sell the product in the United States. What are we going to do, because we already delivered all the tasks? And in that moment we decided this, that to this day we maintain, and it's the dual responsibility. What is this? We are going to create a brand at the same time that we are going to generate demand on the market, and that is going to be so important. Both things are going to be equally important. Why did we say we should do this? In many cases I've heard that many people think that it's not important to have a brand when it comes to fruits and vegetables, but we do think different. So if we have a brand, we are going to create that link with the consumer, and we are going to sustain the value of the category during the time. That way we can grow in volume, but also sustain the value of the category along the time, and to create demand. That way we will compete with other brands that are unknown for fruits and vegetables. Now the other side, we said we're going to do demand, we're going to generate demand. Our objective wasn't to sell more avocados from Mexico, but to generate demand. And when we start the company, we have around 65% of participation in the market, and we never focus on the other 35%. It was always how to make the cake bigger. So I want this category to be thrice what we have when we started. And that big decision has avoided us to, I don't know, lower the prices, lower the rentability, and that way we can focus on the future. How do we did this? So we took this that to this day is really important for us. That's the first thing that we said is we are going to go and grow with the American citizen. That is the most important part, because they eat a lot of avocado. That way we can grow the fruit. But we couldn't forget that we have a Hispanic market that it was really important for us. In our case, it's almost 40% of the consumption of avocados were of Hispanic people. So we needed that attack and defense strategy at the same time. Create, consume on one, and demand on the other. The second big point, it was, what are we going to say? So we decided to make this campaign of brand, and at the same time, we try to understand the dynamics of the consumers. There are two generics that moves the category of avocados in the US. The biggest driver is health. If you know that avocado helps for the cholesterol and the heart, they're going to buy it, you know? And the first barrier is the education. Why? Because many people doesn't know how to choose an avocado, how to touch it to know if it's ripe or not. But the biggest question that we found is that they don't know what to do with the other half of the avocado, because most of the time they don't know what to do with the half that they are not going to eat at the same time. And those three things were vital for us. So let's help Peru, let's help Chile, let's help California, Colombia, everyone, because we are not healthier because than the, I don't know, Colombian avocado. Or it's the same thing with avocado in Chile. But as leaders, we thought that we had that responsibility, and that way we start to helping other countries. And we said, okay, how are we going to do it? We said we're going to use these channels. So we're going to use recipes that are really important when it comes to the food market. We try to generate 4 uses for the avocado, which is guacamole, salads, where we got American whole hands, and Mexican whole hands, which is tacos and burritos. So we wanted to focus on those products, and we wanted to achieve different events that can generate a high volume for the category, maybe the Cinco de Mayo, the football, different seasons. So we create our framework of strategy, and we have improved this alongside the years. That's the first big point, to have that vision and to understand where we are, where we want to go, and why we are here, right? Then to have a process of work. And in that process, what we try to do is to be very disciplined, and we have what we call the wheel. In that wheel, we try to take all of our programs and strategies of a very consistent way. The first thing that we pay a lot of attention is why this strategy, the insight. Why do we have to invest the money in that category? Why are we investing in American football? Why not soccer? Why Dia de los Muertos, and why not this other day, you know? That is information that can help us to take decisions. And once you already know, we put all of our force to make it the most disruptive mindset that we can. Disruptive mindset. Now you will see, I'm going to give you some examples. And how do we try to play with that strategy and disrupt every time we try to develop the market? The third point is the results, the results, you know? We have different platforms to measure the results, and that will help us to advance and sustain the development of our campaigns. And that way we can have a work culture. That is the 4th point that is important for us. And that is the circle that we're trying to keep following and doing it. Because if we have that culture of the results, we're going to be more efficient. If we have culture, we're going to have smarter people and be more efficient. But on the other side, if we have the discipline of talking about strategies, we're going to be more consistent. And at the end, the word that it's my favorite and the one that defines why we are successful, it's balance. If we try to put together a company that is balanced and in its innovation, and it has a good performance, a good development, that balance is going to work perfectly. How do we do it? Well, our dual responsibility is to create a brand and generate demand, right? So we said, how are we going to create this brand? What are we going to say? And in that moment, we took 2 points of analysis that were really important to define our brand. And one is what the consumer thinks about our products, because it's incredible if you put some investigation that how a consumer that is highly loyal to the brands inside of a supermarket thinking that they are going to buy Coca-Cola and not Pepsi. They're going to buy Kleenex and not this other brand. You know, they put 4 steps to the right and they put themselves into a Clorox gondola, and they don't know. So how do we train this trustworthy? How could we touch that emotions in the consumers so they can choose us? And we start to analyze what are other companies doing. You know, other companies in the U.S. that have communication, but the communication that we saw by the time was really similar one to the other. They were telling the same story: the blue sky, the perfect trees, 3 generations of farmers running around the fields with their kids and very proud of their oranges and fruits and avocados, but nobody was really creating something different. They weren't creating a link with the consumers, and we had that story to tell. We tried to make this magical place that it was a place where you can have avocado from January to December, where you have that phenomenon. And we said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. We're not going to talk about volcanoes or trees or water or perfect soils. We are going to create a Pepsi. We're going to create a brand as you created with massive consumptions, but inside the products, fresh products, sorry. And that's how we perfect our brand strategy. And we create this trifecta of power. Put yourselves as consumers when you go to a supermarket. In your supermarket, you will find these 3 categories. Probably something healthy, something really tasty because you want to buy it, and you will find fun products because it remembers your childhood or maybe your kids like it. So we thought that we needed to have those 3 key important things to compete in the market. So you have an avocado that it was healthy, that it was irresistible, and that it was delicious. It's also happy, it's fun, because normally it's associated with parties, with Super Bowls, and you can eat it with chips maybe, with something in your mind is going to think it is a healthy product anyways. It's a very important trifecta, like we call it. And in Always We're Good, what we're trying to generate is that idea that we're always good, that we are healthy, we are delicious, and we are fun at the same time. So with the money that we had, like 1% probably of gaining, I could have this looks beautiful, but nobody's going to look at me in the United States. We had around $80 million. So nobody was going to see that because it's very hard to do this market strategy. But if you find those stores where people is going to pay attention to you, that changes the things. So we took the decision and we bought a $4.5 million commercial in the United States. It wasn't an easy decision. Actually, it was my first recommendation when I was in a committee with my people, and I said, okay, we have 2 options. Or they threw me out of the window, or they bought my idea. And if I have the reason of why, if you think about the process that we made, that changes a lot our company. That changed our company a lot, sorry. And in that moment, if you were to buy a commercial in the Super Bowl, it was because you needed people to pay attention to you. So we were creating a company. We were the strongest one in the market. We have 20% of preference in marketing. We needed to put the fist on the table and say, this is Mexico, and we're here to make this brand. The reality is that we just wanted to go to the Super Bowl just once, and the plan worked perfectly. since we put the commercial out there, nobody was waiting that a fruit, a vegetable was going to be presented in an event like this. We were in CNN and CBS. Everyone was talking from avocados from Mexico. Nobody realized that this thing could exist. So it helped us a lot to put the brand out there in the market. But it gave us three things that we learned with this. That is what created our strategy for the next 10 years. The first one is that we realized the power that the Super Bowl had. It was a 30 seconds commercial, but there is a lot of eyes watching you, and they pay attention to it. We say, okay, let's go back to the Super Bowl. That's what we said. We're going to create a story of this a power trifecta using the Super Bowl, and that's exactly what we did. We came back to the Super Bowl. We created the second commercial, the third, the fourth. Is exactly what I was talking about, the power trifecta, something fun, something healthy, and something tasty, something delicious. And from that we start creating this image of always good and the power trifecta. The second thing that we learned that it's really important if you want to put yourselves in the market in the USA, it's the multiplication power. What is this? If I try to compete with AT&T or Coca-Cola or Pepsi in the United States in the TV, probably I'm not gonna win because those are much bigger and stronger brands. But if I try to create a campaign in a channel using the Super Bowl, well, I can be a really interesting player in the market. And that's exactly what we did. Even though the market has this saturation of publicity, actually the last thing I read in the United States is that all the consumers are exposed to thousands of messages, publicity messages. So how do we do to break that barrier? And that is the Super Bowl. Put yourselves in the position as a consumer. You know, if I love the brands of marketing, so every month I put money out of my pocket to pay Disney, Spotify, Netflix to not watch what I see as professional, the commercials, you know? We all pay for that. Just imagine, I don't know, being a dentist and pay money, and then you realize that people pay for not going to your consult. And that's what happened every day, but in the Super Bowl. So in those 2 weeks, everyone is watching you, everyone is paying attention, everyone wants to have an opinion about what we are announcing. So that was the big opportunity, and take that and amplify it. And that's what we did. This is my last commercial that we did in 2013. We did it. If I put this commercial on Super Bowl, it's going to give me 120, 115 impressions on the Super Bowl. But what if I take that commercial and I create a digital campaign around 3 or 4 weeks? That campaign gave me 3 millions of people, and because of this I was able to make a whole campaign of e-commerce that sold me much more products for the Super Bowl, but also give me an excuse to put a promotion out there. So we put 100,000 exhibits on the Super Bowl. So it's multiplying in the selling points for the Super Bowl. So if I take all of that and I put it in a RH RP relationship, we create around 12 billion impressions. So just one event that could create 120 million impressions. Now it's an event that it billions of impressions. Just the power of the Super Bowl helps me to do that and to take a small brand as the one we were and make it as big as possible. And the last thing that we learned is that we can win, in the digital world. If you want to conquer the US market, that's the thing you have to do. In the digital market, if you are smart and you know how to develop that channel, you can do it, and we did it. We were able to be the #1 brand on the Super Bowl, winning to all the other brands that has big amounts of followers and adepts. And in 2018, we were the first brand. That opened the doors to understand the power of the digital market and how innovation and technology it's a very important player when it comes to fruits and vegetables, because they're not waiting for fruits and vegetables to be technologically advanced. And that is a big opportunity that we had in front of us. Now, that's the whole story. It helped us to create a brand that you will see the results has been amazing in this last 10 years. But remember that my other goal was to generate demand. And how do I do this? When we generate demand, we think about a strategy. And our strategy was, I'm going to be the first brand of fresh product with CPG mindset. For example, I said I want to be the Coca-Cola of the fruit market, you know? I want to think like them. And for that, we're going to bring the best brands from CPG that were really approachable. Most of the buyers didn't want these brands, but we start convincing them, and we got a lot of promotions for these brands. And we were partners of brands, for example, of Heineken and Budweiser, Bud Light, Pepsi, all of those main brands that wants to participate in a marketing with fresh products, and we opened that to products. From the other side, we thought about developing the selling point. We needed to do something different. We put a lot of effort in this, and we were able to put around 2 million of selling points in that didn't exist before if we didn't have the help of the merchandising. And that made us more aggressive in the marketing field, and we are very advanced. I said that we thought 6 or 7 months ahead with the promotions with the clients, because we know how the market works in the US. We don't need the big brand as Bud Light and Tostitos with us, because we can do it on our own. On the other side, as I said, when it comes to education and health, we are an important brand in this. And we think strategically how to divide the market. And we did it as being partnered of Walmart internationally. We did it with health and wellness. We had celebrities doing marketings, so we could reinforce the message of health. And we even got inside in the marketing of cost. Right now, we are the biggest partner of Susan e-commerce that they had when it comes to fresh products in the US. And finally, we developed the culinary experience. Food service, as you said, it's really important, and we did it, and we made it with the strategies that have worked perfect for us in food service. Lastly, it's all about the compromise and generate value and grow it. We have our own platforms of measures. in Mexico, so we can see all the programs from marketing points, so we can lastly come to the results that I wanted to show with you. 10 years ago, we put this brand out there, and right now people look for us. We are expecting guests from the most important sport thing that happened in the United States, as it is the Super Bowl. We thrive our values and our gains in the United States, and we increase the value. Remember that I said that we were going to grow in volume and value? Well, our price is much higher than what it was a few years ago. When it comes to volume, we increased in 20% of the food service category. We accelerated at 90% the retail category, and in less than 7 years, we duplicate the category of avocado in the US. Right now, we are with billions and billions of tons of avocados in Mexico. More than 8 of the avocados that are sold in the United States are from Mexico right now, and we have grown 600% in the last 10 years. All of that can be achieved, and can be achieved with a group that is less than 20%, that are the one we have in Dallas. If you put attention to the demand, you can do it, as we did it, and we hope that this helps for your industry. Thank you so much, Alvaro. We learned a lot for this industry. Now, with this presentation, we end this blog. Please promise that you'll be back. Now we have a coffee break, because next we have a very important panel, and we will see how Chile, Peru, and Mexico and other countries collaborate together in the US market. We wait for you here in 30 minutes.
location. There are missing glasses that were left here. The color red, purple in between, very nice. For anybody who has missed them, to take them back, please. Sound technician, please come to the stage. Okay, very good. We invite the panelists from the last segment called Grape Industry to 2035, Mr. Manuel Enrique Izaga, Rafael Rodriguez Alonso from Uvanova, Mr. Sergio Lugo from Albo, Mexico, Ricardo Varcam, Director of Cool Carriers, Mr. Ivan Marambio, Chairman of Fruits of Chile, Mr. Alvaro Luque, CEO of Avocados from Mexico, and of course, our two co-moderators, Mr. Ignacio Caballero and Gerd Budmasters. In this panel, Mr. Sergio Lugo, President from Albus, Mexico, Mr. Ricardo Vargas, Managing Director of Cool Carriers, and the remaining, and Mr. Rafael Rodriguez Alonso, President of Uvanova, will participate. the remaining participants have been already introduced. Two housekeeping requirements. First, there are missing glasses here. If anybody recognized them, please come to the stage. And there is a cell phone missing. If anybody found it, please give it back in the sound desk at the bottom. Perfect. Ignacio, moderator. Mr. Gerd Burgmasters, of course. The stage is yours. Good afternoon. Okay, we've got the hard work of having the last panel, and that means that despite we prepared very well, many topics have been already touched. As a weekly forecast we want, now we have to adjust. And what we're going to do is try to touch the 4 topics we have in our agenda. Nevertheless, we are going to ask more critical questions because many diagnoses have already been done, and we are going to ask questions in order to try to solve those things that are still missing without a clear answer, without any solution. We're going to talk about social and economic impact of this industry in our countries. Then we're going to talk about the formation of a regional or worldwide committee of table grape, which main purpose should be promoting consumption, about which a lot has been talking. We're going to talk about logistics optimization and estimations, of course, necessary for the fruit to travel properly and be well marketed. And then we're going to talk about the maturity index, and it is related to how and up to what point we have to reach with grapes and the way it should be sold for arriving to the end consumers in proper conditions. Regarding social impact, this is something in Peru that's been quite relevant within the last few years. There's been a lot of lots of impact in that regard in the development of the industry. Then I'm going to ask you, Maran, what do you think is the impact on society, social and economic, from the social and economic standpoint of our industry within the last few years? Thank you, Hertz. I was listening to in the previous panel they were talking about sustainability and they were based on volume and market. But volume and market are nothing if there are no people producing grapes. No? In our specific case, we see our customers, our workers in retails are the ones who buy our grapes. To us, that's different. We try workers to be happy in their daily endeavor. We try to bring them well-being, development. That means zero discussions, generating an environment with zero discussion. It's difficult, it's complicated, and it is costly. Yes, it is indeed. But if you have well measured all your figures, perhaps there is room for improvement. There is room for savings in some places to translate that into people's better lives. And that's inside the company. But if you go out of the company, those people who are workers and you want them to have a very good life, quality of life within the company, during the afternoon they are neighbors, or we can find them on the streets, on the soccer field, on the volleyball field. Then are they workers or are they neighbors? They are human beings, they are people. Then the approach is we give is a human approach. We also see people as our customers who are the ones who work with us, and if you go to the packing station you say, I'm going to come out of here with good money, I'm go out of here well treated, I want to work there, and the same on the fields. Otherwise people would be working elsewhere. Full stop. In Peru the competition for labor force is very intensive, and good news, we are the number 2 region in terms of monetary wealth, but one of the most poor in service wealth that should be provided by the state that it is not provided by the government. For us has been vital. And we've seen how the mood of people has changed, how the quality of life of people changes. That definitely, that goes through analyzing how many restrooms do we have on fields per person? After being used, are they clean or are they dirty? Whose responsibility is of workers or companies to keep them clean? Is shared responsibility. This is a system of doing things absolutely or fully differently. Thank you very much. To continue, there are many topics that have arisen. The importance of this panel is to reach a wrap-up. We are going to ask Ram, President of Chair of Frutas de Chile, what conclusions can we reach that there is agreement, and which is the commitment by Chile in this new vision together with Peru? We are going to move on. We want to move on with, in the short run, to generate the changes that consistently in every panel have been shown that are necessary. I like to think in Chile and Peru with a comparison between Federer and Nadal, tennis players. Federer and Nadal would have been nothing. They would have been much less if there wasn't one or the other. No, there is no question as the tennis double or tennis duo has been the best in the world ever. And as a duo, I don't think this is casual. And they decided to compete in one elite, in fair play, and they decided to support each other. And I think Chile and Peru should do exactly the same. Support each other, competing in fair play, and in good leagues. And I think there are two main points that are key where we should work very close together. First is market transparency. This is critical. We've seen along the full day, all the stakeholders require as much as accurate as possible information, as trustful information as possible, and as promptly as possible. The second point, and this is, we've seen the examples. We've just seen the example of avocados from Mexico. We need to promote for real very strongly. Is useless. $500,000 is useless. We've seen the size just before coming to the stage, the size of sales of avocado from Mexico, and the money they put $80 million. In comparison to Chile, just in Chile, avocado from Mexico is a little bit bigger so far than cherries from Chile. They put $6, $7, $8 million. Avocado from Mexico, $80 million on the table. Then we are in a different league. Setsbury, $120 million. It is smaller than Chilean cherries. They sell less. Nevertheless, they put $40 million in China. We put $3.6 million in China. Then we are at a level that we do not exist, we won't exist. And we have to put that in our minds. There's nothing like promotion. It's well proven. Then we have to set up ourselves and we have to say, okay, are we going to play this game for real if we want to face the increase of volumes that are coming? Okay, thank you, Ivan. Definitely, it is important that has been achieved here. No matter it is $300,000 in Peru, we are even behind. Before continuing with the topic, I would like to talk about social impact. There are lots of benefits in both countries in that field. How do we communicate? That's part of the question I would like to put. I don't want to make a mess of the panel, but I would like to thank for the invitation. Just to tell you, this about cooperation between stakeholders. It was created. The another one was created and bringing the Chilean industry. We are still trying to get together. The Chilean industry. I mean, Sector Carana here. We have to meet together, and we have to gather with you. But this is a message for the industry. Then, I didn't want to stop saying about the social impact of grapes, fruits. Table grape was a champion, a pioneer in Chile in the development of agriculture, and you can see, we mentioned the impact on participation of women. You can see ladies in the panel. There was almost men, and table grape has created a lot of development for women. housewives, you can see many field administrations by women. That is part of the development brought by fruits. We have to highlight this, and at the same time, being involved with Peru, when I have to travel, I've seen progress. And 10, 15 years ago, there was no means, and now there are lots of people well trained, and that's a big progress by you. And I think this is fantastic. I just want to say that. I'm going to continue with the thread. Sorry if I change a little bit the topic, but it was important to highlight. Manuel, the same question to Ivan to continue with the conversation. Could you please repeat that? After everything that's been talked, different topics that need the industry have arisen, in particular to work together. What conclusions do we reach, and what's the commitment as leader of the union of things we can start working together in the short and mid terms? Okay, all unions starts from their members. The commitment I am offering is going to do my job. And my job is to call everyone and to everyone to attend, but everyone has to be called first. Second is try to sustain and persuade those who think differently, that perhaps there are people there, that we have to find them, to then work in persuade them. Okay? There couldn't be a concrete commitment because we're going just to go out to do the job. After having listened to what we've talked about, we're having more clear things, then we are going to put hands on. But we see a powerful future if we do things right together. Definitely it's going to be that way. But I do feel the responsibility is transferred to the other. I haven't listened to anybody that says, I must improve on this. And this business is a business about details. How many growers who are not exporters know how to treat grapes in the production line? How many exporters know the mistakes of the shipping company or the logistics agent? How many logistics agents transmit the challenges in the ports inside the country? If you start breaking down the business in silos, you can tell nobody is assuming the real role, which is solving their own problems. If people working at the supermarket on floors, who are the ones called to do the fruit change, are they doing this more willingly? If they approach a different way, I mean the United States in the retail floors, grapes would move faster. I'm sure about that. Have anybody gone to the deal chamber back office? Grapes, carrots, celeries with plastic bottles. And you can see that if you go to small, mid-sized retailers, you see that. Is that grape in good conditions? What's the turnover pace? There are lots of things we don't talk about, and these kinds of forums are useful for that. Thank you, Manuel. Just thinking what you said at the beginning regarding cooperation, that you are going to do your job. I'm going to ask Alvaro that for sure at the beginning should have found an important challenge in putting together different members with different opinions. As Manuel said, there are growers who don't think or don't agree in this position of working together. How do you insist, or how did you do for everybody to be in the same page? Well, I cannot say it was me because I came many years later that happened, but I can tell you what happened. And I think it is an advantage that avocados have compared to you, unfortunately. I think the path of yours is going to be more mature and more complex because avocados didn't have any options. The United States decided for us, that's the reality. When they opened the market of avocados from Mexico in 1997, they told Mexico there's no option. Do you have a union and you agree on each other and you will figure out how to do this? And if you fail on having this union, there is no exportation program. And that bound Mexico to create a union. And when they opened the checkoff market for Americans, they said you have to conform an exporters union and you have to do this on force and you have to have a checkoff program. The government decided and ordered other places. We have to give merit to Mexicans, Americans who achieved to set up that union and agree even further to create a company like ours. But the path you have is different because it's a path that you voluntarily did not think about this challenge you have behind that. You voluntarily try to do this together. Hopefully you achieved your goals and not to be forced by the American government. Thank you, Alvaro. I would like to come back to that. I would like to ask Sergio, thanks for the participation of Mexico that was invited. Clearly, together today, it's been a lot of talking about Chile and Peru, but the invitation is open. What similitudes can you find with our needs, and how do you see a possible and potential participation by the Mexican industry in this problem? Some like have or joint work program as growers of grapes towards end consumers. First of all, thank you very much for your invitation. In particular, it's an honor being here with all of you. In the case of Mexico, as mentioned by some panelists, we just closed the loop. Although we are in the northern hemisphere and you're in the southern hemisphere, we are going to close a window, close a gap that is being very strong in the United States. And what do we see it's going on? The lack of knowledge about end consumers on what the product is. They know, as was said, they don't know where it is coming from. They don't know whether it is Chilean, Peruvian, or Mexican. But what I can assure is that California puts a lot of emphasis in pointing out that their grapes is Californian grape. I think it is a big opportunity, and I think, first of all, setting up a joint venture to participate. Well, all countries you mentioned, now you mentioned Brazil, South Africa, make our contributions regarding this integration. And I agree with Pro-Leader. We know it is painful. Mexico also have some opportunity rooms for improvement. We are working in order to achieve that. Variety issues, you are very well advanced. I saw the statistics, 70%, 65%. We are just now, precisely a few minutes ago, we've been working in Mexico with the closure of our season, and we notice we've got 55% of new varieties. Then we are a little bit delayed, but that's because the pace is set by the market we have to target. But these are challenges, the challenges of presenting information, the thing about forecastings, the pain on the neck. I think it is not only from Mexico. I thought we were the only ones with a headache, in particularly the weekly statistics. The reality is that the area we've got production is an area very affected by climate change. We had extremes, hot temperatures in these seasons that caused a serious or unpleasant circumstances, and they affect our forecast. I think the information, the work, as you well said, doing the job, having the job done, knowing what we're doing well and the opportunity areas where we have to focus on, I think the whole industry, let's not call Chile, not Peru, not South Africa, not Brazil, not Mexico. It is the whole industry of table grape. Thank you, Sergio. The rationale is very very sound regarding promoting the consumption of a product and the impact it has. Clearly, if we growth in supply and consumption per capita in the United States keeps constant, the immediate result is drop in prices, which is not convenient for anybody. If this regional committee, including Mexico, Chile, and Peru, and they start to provision grapes, it's going to be beneficial for South Africa and Californians too. You, Sergio, who are closer to the Americans, how possible do you think it is having some sort of collaboration, not even working with a common budget, but coordination for the efforts to be joined and having a more powerful effect on consumers? Last March, we put Mexico. We have our summit in our season. We've never had the presence of California historically, and we invited them, we were with them, and they joined us. I think now there is a transition that's taking place in the direction, and I think it is a good time for having or getting closer to them and having ideas and presenting to them our concerns. I think it is not time for showing or for feeling better than the others, seeing ourselves as competitions, something unpleasant towards the industry. I would like to highlight, and this is something I'm seeing with all my growers, it is not Caborca region, it's not the Hermosillo region, it's not Guaymas region, it's not Jalisco region, it's Mexico. And now, after the hierarchy, is grapes. Now, California, they produce grapes, then we have to integrate them. Thank you. I've got a question for Ricardo, then we're going to check about this topic where I think it is important. It's been talked a lot about joined together. We've talked about production, importers, consumers, and we've touched very briefly logistics, which is key, of course. What opportunities do you see that could be created working together? What logistic challenges do we face in the industry? What lessons learned? What other benchmarks? For instance, Chile has good experiences with cherries. They did something was talked about the traffic to Asia. What's your reflection about the logistics contribution challenges that must be put on the table that perhaps have not dived into deeper today? Well, I think from the logistics standpoint, shipping companies and specifically we as frigorific ships, vessels, we've got the ability to adapt to the needs the different trades have. We believe and we feel part of the logistics chain of fruits, but we have a lot to go along with you. For us, it's vital ships to operate quick, to ports to be efficient, not to have bottlenecks. And the key, the common denominator we've talked about the whole day is planning and estimations and forecasting. Unfortunately, we don't have good figures. When we don't have good data, that stop us from the possibility of adapting the service to the needs of the season. I think that's one of the big challenges ahead. Ships. There are ships today, more modern vessels, faster vessels with higher capacities. We ourselves are building vessels with their storehouses, with bridges, with vacuum bridge height. Then we can collaborate a lot, but to that we need good feedback from the industry. And I think as a group that there is work together, team working with full transparency of the information, I think it is key. Go ahead, Manuel, please. Just to compliment, I fully agree, but I would like to assume the accountability from the growers' side. The advantage we've got in Peru that it's fully integrated in the whole chain, being growers, packers, and exporters. As growers, if anything happens to us, weather conditions, but if we're based on weather, it means we will never be organized to properly pack in the less time possible for the fruit to not to dehydrate. Then, how can you tell there's no planning? There is planning. Otherwise, that fruit today wouldn't be on its destination. I think what's missing is communication or confidence to open or trust to open your information to the others. Perhaps there are fears, or perhaps there is a secret formula that is in existence, but I believe I have it. Let's reflect on those things. We, in the previous campaign, or the previous to the previous campaign, our peak was 115,000 boxes packed in one day. If we weren't prepared, we couldn't do it. For sure, there is planning, and it just starts from fields, and it starts from supply of the different resources. If you don't have the cartons, how do you know how to pack in the night? I think what is missing is openness, and we have to trust each other. Thank you. Ricardo, what does Peru need to be part of the circuit of storehouse vessels that been working for many years in Chile? Actually, the challenge is the famous port treatment. To ship must be done in Sur in order to have the days for port treatment. We've assessed that. Last year we were very close to do something. Actually, then the Panama Canal problem came, all the restrictions there, and we stopped a little bit the decision-making process. But I think we must plan that. It is a matter of planning and doing that. There are no technical inconvenience in this moment. We reviewed the protocols with FENASA. They are in place. Perhaps a little bit of experience course is missing in terms of the port scope, but we can learn about that. It is a matter of time. Good. Rafael, you talked a lot about varieties. You mentioned the amount of varieties. Imported supermarkets were very clear. We need a continuous product that consumers know that fulfill the expectations of a even product. How do you see from the chaos or excess of variety standpoint? Can we work in that sense from this panel across the industry? Well used the term chaos. With a lot of pressures, they were coming to the plants, the commercials. There was a desperate, and you blame greenhouse geneticists, but actually it's responsibility of all of us many times. We've discussed a lot. Hopefully, instead of 150, where we were talking, these are not 150 areas. This is more or less one half. It is having two names with the other names. The list is huge. Hopefully, we cut them with our hands, at least the ones that were well handled. We have to define those varieties and we have to work on those varieties. They said the production areas and ecozone is different. It's not the same Copipeon, Conchagua, and in Chile, and I wonder why now it's not the same than in Rosillo. That's outstanding work. Also combinations, because remember, apart from the varieties, we have injured. A few that were very easy to propagate and they were not planted. That's another disaster, and that's another thing we're organizing. The first dose variety, we know that would be 3 or 4 in black, in red are 2 or 3. In black, I don't know. Whatever, but let's handle those varieties in their ecozones with their injured in everywhere. If I may, I jump to the maturity indexes. It's another very important topic. Catalogs were coming with a maturity index, the ripening index, and after 2 days the fruit was already eaten, and they bound us to use it here. We also have a gray zone that is done according to the imagination of everyone. They in Peru they do not crop autumn grape, and hopefully we don't. If we were expecting certain variety, it was lost. We have understanding work we have to do with genetic programs. We have to do with retailers, supermarkets, and it's being done. You don't want infant sugar. It could be a campaign against which is not healthy for children eating that much sugar, but it's required for a flavor experience, but in particular that having a fruit in good condition. What drives the market, the part of promotion and the advertisements, is having an attractive, nice fruit, good consumption experience. And what that happened today, because Hillary always the offer was behind the demand and the fruit move quickly. In the case of Chile, it's important to move quickly. There's an approach we are celebrating not because the grape is going to be sweeter, which is an approach not because it's going to be bigger, but because it is going to be fresher on shelves. That we have to persuade, we have to pursue a big challenge, and it is not part of just because we did a good job. Well, there's another job there, since we've got technicians in Peru that have helped us to do the chill houses, packings. They are very valuable people who have worked there. We also have good facilities here, but there's still job to do. We have to renew our facilities, as Formula One cars are changed their tires in 1 second, and they used to do that in 2 minutes. We also have to improve that part in order to reach with fresh fruit. Fresh fruit will be always better sold than ripened fruit. Rafael, who do you think must be responsible? What entity of establishing and defining those ripening indexes for each variety in each reality of production? Well, I think in every country Here is Provir, here is Fedefruta, is Sorex, it is us. We can work with genetic programs and exporting. They have huge technical teams, and we can move on that. We can make commissions, we can organize, and we can work on those indices in order to have a product. It's not about having green fruit, and I cannot pretend having CO5 acidity and it's going to have 30 days traveling. It's impossible. If the fruit has no acidity, it cannot reach. The best advisor is a customer coming here and they eat it. That's the best advisor. That's the work we must do, and I think it could be organized. On top of that, there are Chilean technicians in Peru. It's going to be important, and we will have standards for every ecozone.
Going back to the past topic, Ivan, we mentioned California. What is this idea of doing a worldwide committee? What other topics should be worked? And why we have to involve California? We know that Chile and California doesn't have like the best relationship, but how do you see the project that we can do, and what role can Frutas de Chile and California have in this potential group? Well, the people from CESPRI has a very interesting study that says that every time a consumer tries or has a bad experience with a kiwi, it takes him around 7 months to buy another kiwi. And that happens the same with the Californian grape or Chilean grape, with any origin grape, actually. And that's the reason why we should be we should all agree on some parameters. I think that is the biggest challenge. How do we unite as origins? But we always need to think about what is not working and says that this doesn't work without the money. For example, I don't believe in innovation without money. I don't believe in the small folks who compete with the big breeders worldwide. Breeders are rich and they invest a lot of money. And to invest more money and to grow the consumption, we need money. We need to promote. We made Frutas de Chile in 2019. We made a big study that it was called Chile 2030, and it was how we saw the future of the fruit by that time, and how we were closing the narrow lines between the countries. That study showed us that us, as Frutas de Chile, if we could close that lines of prices with New Zealand and Australia, we were going to go from $6,000 million to $10,000 million. Just closing that gap between Australia and New Zealand. But Peru in that study appears just a bit about high on price than Chile. So we need to close that gap. What do we need for that? We need to do good promotions for this. I think that most of us agree that a committee that it's going to promote the consumption of grapes is going to be beneficial. I remember that the event in South Africa, we didn't talk about this, but we can talk about it now. Which, and I will leave the question open, which needs to be the first step that we need to give after this reunion or this meeting, so the next time we are together, we are talking about the results of this first step. Well, we need to put some common objectives, common goals. One good objective that we put with Frutas de Chile was make this investigation. You know, we made a meeting with Eve and how to make these estimations. But I said, well, we need to reverse engineering, you know, because this thing that you did was amazing, but that is the information that some people give you. So in the reverse engineering, we skip everything that is happening. We skip who is being run with volumes, and it will be good to put more people on this investigation, on this report, to see the results. When we write these topics, it came out really fast. We're talking about varieties, how ripe the fruits are. So if we can put together a lot of countries for this report to show information, because, for example, in Chile, you show the hectares, right? For example, Manuel, you show the hectares. And I can show you the hectares, you know? I give you the information, but please don't publish it. We don't know how much they have planted, how useful it is for someone to have this variety, and you see that we have problems in the zone because we don't have that much hectares as we used to. So if we unite, we realize that we're working here, for example, with Frutas de Chile on the hectares, seeing varieties, hectares, volumes per week. It's a big resource to take better decisions. Well, yeah, just adding to that, I think that we need to clarify that it's not only a job from Provid, but also alongside with Senasa. We cannot export a container of fruit if it doesn't have a certificate of origin. That's how we have the inventory of hectares. If you want to export, tell me what that is. And they have they monitor everything, so they know the volumes and where they come from. On the other side, we try to be as efficient as possible to give the information to the shipping companies, talking about containers, obviously. But once that is exported, we have a delay of 2 or 3 weeks to know where that fruit is at the moment. That is a proposal that the shipping companies can come together and declare, once that is shipped, the name of the ship and how much fruit is on that ship. That way we don't have a delay of 3 weeks to take wrong decisions, but just the next day we know that, okay, I don't have to send fruit to this destiny because it has a saturation. So the shipping companies can help us with a platform maybe that is common and open for everyone, and it can counter back to us, you know, but it's good too. Yeah, going to your question, the first step, I think that we don't have to give the questions as guarantee. If you take another kind of fruit, they don't have this kind of events. And as first step, we should project this out in other countries. I think that it's something we should start organizing now. And second step, it's to do a promotional event alongside with Chile and Peru in the next season. So we do our reception with importers in Philly. The month of March, we can see the day, the characteristics. We do a promotional event, we together as the first step and as a result of this convention. Well, yeah, what's the goal of that event? Well, I think the goal or the goals of the promotional events are those that we have talking here. To give information There is some sort of transparency between the parts to join together with the stakeholders and with importers and retailers, maybe the logistics operators. But it has another effect that we value a lot, and it's the fact of joining together along the season, and that helps to create some sort of communicative movement, and that has a cost. We are, I'm going to say this as an example, but the other fruits in Chile, as Peru, should follow the example of cherries. As for the season of cherry that it's in January, we as Frutas de Chile go to China, and we measure, because many people ask me why do I go? Well, when we go to China, we generate around $600,000 and 400,000 just with press conference. That is a lot. Yeah, I think the question is really important if we analyze it. I think this event is something that should be done. Take another event and put Mexico in there and Brazil too. And to say that, okay, we are going to walk together with this, and maybe have this event is going to be something really important for the season. And the important thing is to go and get to this goal that we want. Now, the question I'm going to do to Alvaro, it's an example, a good example that it maybe is too good to be true. And Alvaro says that some of the things they say it's not possible. They have a voluntary percentage. And Alvaro, you looking from outside our industry, how do we convince people that this is not an expense? This is not something that is going to come from our pockets. So how can you help us with this big problem that is to start the machine and believe the impact that a promotion can have? Well, yeah. I want to go to something that I think it's something that is important. And if you are really going to work together, you have to give a more firm step, so that that join together it's believable. I don't know, maybe form a document, an organization, something that can tell to the market of USA, now we are working together. That is going to be a good news maybe. And that is going to give another perspective to the retailer, to USA, to the other participants on the market. That is something you should give a thought, so that that step is more formal. Now, the other big and important point is the marketing. Marketing is really important, something that we create and it's going to work, but we need to be patient to make it work. If what we think is that we're not going to put $300,000, we're going to put $1 million, it's not going to work, because you need to reactivate the market and make a much different situation than the one we have, for example, in avocado. We made a lot to grow the category, you know, but it's a mature category and it's very stable, and reactivate it is not easy, because like I said in my presentation, it's a big paradigm that we have in the industry. We make a lot of good things, but when we're pretending, you know, in that part we are amazing. We have everything when it comes to that. But when we put it in the supermarkets, when it's real, we are very bad at that. We give the power to the consumer to do whatever they want, and that when it comes the decrease of prices, So we need to believe that in that other world there is an opportunity, but that opportunity is something that we need to build. I will say don't risk that much, but take a good step, a firm step, so you can show the market that you're working together. Prove just one zone, prove a promotion, prove some months, and you can see the results. And I mean, don't do a big investment in this because it can be dangerous. It may not work. Sergio, do you wanted to say something? Yeah. I think we also have to see the inventory things. That way we can see how this entity can help beyond marketing. We need to know in inventories how much grapes are being exported, how much are coming. It's something that we as Mexico see, and when we had the necessity to know how grape was flowing and going around, and that is another of the works that this commission needs to work alongside with the formation. Yeah, talking about that, because I heard you talking about this before. You say, okay, we have 2 weeks of shipping, and we need to start thinking what we're going to do with the product. At the end of July, have all the promotions of October and November done and ready and sold, 100%. If I don't work 4 or 6 months ahead of me, I'm going to fail. If the product is already on its way, you need to do it as fast as possible. You need to think months ahead and inform months ahead. And you have to inform the market so you will have all the inventories. At least in the market of USA, it works like that. No, I just wanted to say that we can assume that we are going to make a joint event in the market where we will have the representatives of the countries. And in that same event, we can sign a document that shows the beginning of this collaboration. I don't know if you think that's correct. Do we agree? Mexico is going to be a part of it, right? Yeah, sure. In October, we will have a task, know what we have to do in our own organizations, and take the information that it's concrete. For example, exportation or what we can improve. I think that it needs to be a homework so we can take to this next event. I think most of us are going to be there. And we can talk about the advances that internally we did with this topic. Well, I think it's a good agreement. We are going to do the next meeting in IFPA, put the tasks on the table, and to keep moving forward. Manuel, you wanted to say something? No? Okay, excellent. I think that it's a good agreement. We're going to note all those points, inventories, start talking about the worldwide committee. We have an event, the stocks in the market. Yeah, we have a lot of topics to advance. Something important that we had just made, we have Mexico. We're going to invite Brazil too for this meeting in IFPA. And I think that to close the panel, I think I'm going to give you a minute to all of you to make a short reflection on the event so we can finish. Okay, Ivan? Well, very brief. Everything that we talked today, I think that with no exceptions, doesn't work without the most important thing, and that is a good quality grape. That is the biggest thing in here. Here the product is what rules. The consumer doesn't accept anything but perfect quality, so we need to work on that as the most important thing. Well, I'm not gonna take much of the time, but I wish you the best, and I think you are good there. You're going in a in a good path. You can make the market grow if you think from the consumer point. Create your brand in the marketing. Well, we just want to say that we can have your back. We're going to do our best effort to get to that best quality fruit. Well, thank you to the organization, to this convention. We are very happy to be here and to participate. If we have to put some more money on this, well, just think about everyone that has to put money on this. And I think that we have a lot of common goals, and we have a good familiarity here among Chile and Mexico and Peru. Yeah, just adding to the quality and the condition. That's what we need. And putting the quality and the condition together, we have to fix good expectations. We could ask something that we couldn't produce in any place, you know? So we need to understand what we can expect from Chile or from Peru, you know? Every region has its own challenges. So when we standardize something, we need to put a range, not an exact number. Well, again, thank you for the invitation. As a final thought, I can say that we need to make a precise shot on this. And it could sound cliche, but I think we need to unite ourselves to be stronger. Yeah, I just want to add a conversation that I made with a grower. He said, okay, I'm on this, but I need data. And today we saw a lot of data of how good this job can be if we are joined together and not competing. I love that we have this agreement, that we have firm steps to move forward. So luckily, and with a bit of effort, we can do something close to what avocados from Mexico did. Well, thank you so much to everyone and Jensen for this convention, sorry. Thank you so much to this incredible panel, Manuel Izaga, Rafael, Ricardo, Ivan Marambio, Álvaro Luque, and the moderators, Ignacio Caballero and Gergon Masker. Well, thank you for your assistance. 1,050 persons were here today. It was really unexpected, and we are happy and proud to, as Jensen, contribute to the development of the industry. So we finalize our event of Global Grape Convention 2024. Thank you again to the sponsors, the speakers, and the assistants for your participation and patience on this matter. Finally, I will like to thank our Latino sponsors, Unitec and Cool Carriers, our sponsors Gold, Robinson Fresh, Daikai Hackett, UCC, Pacific Trailers, Southport Shipping, and AM Fresh, and our sponsors Silver, North American Products, and our partners when it comes to the development of this event, which is Provid and the Committee of Fruits in Chile. Thank you so much.